This House now resumes its sitting. Good morning. I recognize the member for the 8th District, Honorable Marlon Penn.
Morning. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank the people of the Virgin Islands for the opportunity, and people of the 8th District for the opportunity for me to make what I hope will not be too long of a contribution to the 2022-2023 Constitutional Review Commission report, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I know that we've spent 3 days throughout the various members debating this Constitutional Review report. And Madam Speaker, I'm hopeful that within an hour I should be able to succinctly say the things that I need to say concerning my review of the report and my perspective of this very important process that we're currently undertaking. Madam Speaker, first here I'd like to commend the team that worked to develop this constitutional report and review. It's been about, I think the members have said, just under 2 decades since the last review was done. And I want to also commend those individuals who did the 2007 constitutional report, which was done by His Worship, what's the title now? Gerard Ferraro QC, and the team at that time as well who produced that particular report, which was the gold standard, I think, in terms of the furthest advancement that we've made in terms of our constitutional review process. And our process now that we're now building on with the Lisa Penn-Letson report, I think is showing our country's advancement. What a constitutional does, Madam Speaker, it develops, it sets the governance framework for a territory, sets the framework in which, and the fundamental rights and freedoms of our people, and how we intend to move forward as a territory moving forward. Madam Speaker, I am one of those persons who believe as well that this should be, we should ask for nothing less than what Bermuda was able to get, I think it was 1968, I'm afraid, almost 57 years ago, in their advancement constitutionally, almost 60 years. I think this has to be the point at which we set the foundation for whatever the direction that our people intend to go thereafter. So I do agree with that position. I do agree with that approach. Madam Speaker, I believe the work that was done by the 2007 Constitutional Review Committee was stellar work, and I think it set the frame in terms of how we should move forward, and that was very clear in the preamble that was outlined in that particular report, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I want to sort of read the preamble just to refresh the minds of the people of the Virgin Islands in terms of what was the aspiration then of the people and the territory and what we should aspire going forward, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, bear with me because my eyes seem to have lost its warranty, and I need to update my eyes warranty, so bear with me, I haven't done it as yet. So it's become a very difficult reading these fine prints these days. My speaker, it begins, whereas the people of the territory of the Virgin Islands have over centuries evolved with a distinct cultural identity, which is the essence of a Virgin Islander. Acknowledging the society of the Virgin Islands is based upon certain moral, spiritual, and democratic values, including a belief in God, the dignity of human person, the freedom of individual, and respect for fundamental rights and freedoms and the rule of law. Mindful that the people of the Virgin Islands have expressed a desire for their constitution to reflect who they are as a people and a country, and their quest for social justice, economic empowerment, and political advancement. And I'll get back to that later on, Madam Speaker. Recognizing that the people of the Virgin Islands have a free and independent spirit, have developed themselves and their country based on qualities of honesty, integrity, mutual respect, self-reliance, and the ownership of the land, engendering a strong sense of belonging to the kinship with those islands, ownership of the land. We call on that because of historical, economic, and other reasons, many of the people of the Virgin Islands reside elsewhere, but have and continue to have an ancestral connection and bond with those islands. Accepting that the Virgin Islands should be governed based on adherence to well-established democratic principles and institutions, affirming that the people of the Virgin Islands have generally expressed their desire to become a self-governing people and to exercise the highest degree of control over the affairs of their country at this stage of its development. Noting that the United Kingdom, the administering power for the time being, has articulated a desire to enter into a modern partnership with the Virgin Islands based on principles of mutual respect and self-determination. Now, therefore, the following provisions have effect is the Constitution of the Virgin Islands, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, this was the sentiment of the people of the Virgin Islands as encapsulated in this preamble some 18 years ago, Madam Speaker. A sense to want to govern themselves, a sense of the connection with the lands, Madam Speaker, a sense of the desire for advancement of these countries and these islands, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, fast forward 18 years, and you also encapsulated here, we have the desire of the UK to assist us in that desire to move forward, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, fast forward 18 years, Madam Speaker, we seem to have slipped or going in a regressive manner as relates to many of these aspirations that have been highlighted by our people, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, we see where the attempt to overreach and claw back many of the advancements that we've made by the UK continues to be the order of the day. And I'll speak more on that, Madam Speaker. You see that in the reports that have been commissioned. The very COI report, which spoke to the first thing that was in that report, saying that we should suspend the Constitution, and that there was a view that there wasn't any Virgin Island capable of running the country for times to come, Madam Speaker. You saw in the report that was written by the law enforcement report that was written, that spoke to the inability of Virgin Islanders to run the institution, the very institution that we built. The institutions that were or people who were trained to work with in those institutions, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, as I go through the report and the recommendations and the discussion, I want to thank the committee again because the report gives some insight, clear insight, and is well written, well put together by Lisa Penn and her team in terms of the discourse that was happening around some of these areas of concern, areas of recommendation, areas that we ought to pay attention to. And it gives a glimpse into how the people's perception of the direction of this country has regressed. 18 years ago, the people were hopeful. They wanted and yearned for more advancement. They wanted more ownership. But now the people are resolved to say, leave things as they are. Why are we pushing this agenda of independence and self-determination? Everywhere you go, you're hearing this conversation. And it goes back, Madam Speaker, and it's going to go where I'm going to begin, to an issue in terms of the first recommendation. That stems from an issue of trust, an issue of distrust that persons and individuals seem to have for us as the leaders of this country and the leaders that have built this institution. I think the challenge has always been when you do things based on personality. The institution has to be independent of whoever is in those institutions. We have to find a way as a country to get persons to understand the importance of the institution, not the persons who is running or who is part of the institution. The institution of the House of Assembly, Madam Speaker, is a critical one. It's one that should be respected, the one that we all should have a sense of respect, Madam Speaker. But here we have this page 21. Madam Speaker, I'm going to read out the pages because I know persons who have the report and might be listening, and we sometimes will jump all over the place. I think it's important for us to ensure that persons get an idea and able to follow. Madam Speaker, I'm going to be a bit methodical today and devoid of emotion, Madam Speaker. And before I start this, I want to say one thing before I go into the meat of my debate, is that this process, Madam Speaker, has to be one that is void of politics, void of partisanship. It has to be one that is truly one of nation building. Because we're building the governance structure and the framework that's going to run our country for the foreseeable future. The decision that we make in this committee stage and subsequently in the negotiations are going to drive the way of life for the people of the Virgin Islands and for persons who are going to sit in this house long after we are gone from the halls of this House of Assembly, Madam Speaker. So, Madam Speaker, we can ill afford to leave here once we've completed the committee stages and the deliberations are had, and once we leave here and go and engage in the negotiations, go there divided. Madam Speaker, we were just recently, and I had a conversation with the now Speaker of Cayman Islands, who was at the time the leader of the opposition of the Cayman Islands when they did their last constitutional review. And he noted it with interest that we're now doing a similar process. And he said to me, whatever you do and whatever you guys do not go there divided. Do not go there fighting. You have to leave here with one view in terms of where you want to take your country and its people. And I agree. This is too important of an issue, of a document, of a process for us to do otherwise. We've made that mistake before. And we can't ill afford to make that mistake once again, Madam Speaker. So I hope that we all are of the same mind, that once this process is completed, once we've argued, once we've debated, once we've discussed, and once we've finalized and voted on it, that is the view that we're taking forward on behalf of the people of this Virgin Islands. As we go, the first area that I'm going to raise, Madam Speaker, is the issue of recommendation 1. I'm not going to read the details, Madam Speaker, because I think the members before who spoke did an amazing job in terms of really flushing out some of these issues. But I just want to reinforce some of the concerns that I have in terms of the way and what I feel about this, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the issue of transparency, accountability, and public consultation, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, that's a concern that was raised, Madam Speaker, and a concern that I believe is a serious concern of the minds of many persons. As you go through the community and the territory, you speak to individuals, you hear persons express they don't know what we're doing. They don't trust us. They believe that we're doing things in secrecy. Everything that we do seems to be shrouded in secrecy. Man, so, and that's one of the reasons, and I support, and I heard the argument here again, and that's the argument that I've been bantering around for years, that the process needs to be more open. I actually wrote a paper, and we had a debate in the last general election where it was very clear that we should have the committee stages of the House as public, where I expressed that view. And many persons have continued to express that view, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, even the Public Accounts Committee, in terms of hearings, which we now have a document that should be laid before the House that speaks to the hearings of the House of Assembly, the Public Accounts Committee. And Honorable Fraser, you were there when we worked on that document initially. I'm making those hearings of the Public Accounts Committee public because I think it's important for the people to know what is happening with the resources of the country, especially in relation to Auditor General reports. We need to be able to go in and delve into those things in an open way when a person can have some confidence in the process, confidence in the institution. So by their having less confidence in individuals in this House, it erodes the institutions in which we're claiming that we're trying to build, Madam Speaker. So, Madam Speaker, I think we need to go as far as we can in terms of making these institutions public. Madam Speaker, the House of Assembly committees, I know for sure there's no restriction as we have seen it so far that restricts us from having public hearings, and I think we should move forward with that. But I think standing finance, Madam Speaker, is another area that is critical, that I think we need to ensure that the Standing Finance Committee process, it is public. This is the budget. This is the resources that we're going to spend. You hear the argument constantly that we spend about $2 billion every 4 years. And people are saying they've not seen where that $2 billion is being spent within the economy. They're saying that we spent $2 billion, but yet our road infrastructure is still in a state of disrepair. Yet our schools in a state of disrepair in some instances. Yet we can't get water to our homes. You see the water gushing like geysers these days, as I tend to say, all around the territory. I passed Bargos Bay yesterday, there by ZBV. I was shocked. The way that the water was just gushing out into the streets there by Bargos Bay. So people have a right to have these concerns, and they're real concerns. But if we open up the process and let people see what's happening, where we are, why we're not getting these things done, and the issues of resourcing, they'll have a better understanding of the process and the procedure. So, Madam Speaker, I support this, and I support that we have to move in this direction, Madam Speaker. Additionally, the concern concerning fixed sessions, Madam Speaker, is important. This House needs to have a schedule or schedule? Which one is it? Schedule. Oh, okay. I went all over the place. Yeah. Schedule. Schedule. They said schedule. I know. They said schedule. But I agree. We need to have a schedule, Madam Speaker, that gives some certainty in terms of the way that we do conduct business. Even if we go beyond that, at least we could plan. All of us in here have constituents. That large person have constituents as well. Might not be a finite constituent, but there are things that you would want to have to plan for and do. And the people need to plan as well when they could tune into the House of Assembly, etc. So that's an important piece that I think we need to consider. I don't know if it needs to go in the Constitution, Madam Speaker, but it's something that we need to ensure that's ensuring, and I'm happy that they brought it up, and it's something that we need to seriously consider, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I'm going to deal with two other recommendations simultaneously: junior minister and the bicameral system, Madam Speaker. And they're both on page 23 and 24, where the details of the recommendation is outlined. Madam Speaker, I want to read, and please permit me, Madam Speaker, to refer from time to time to some documents that I have here before me, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I want to read from the Bermuda Constitution, and I said at the onset that I believe that we should not endeavor to go any less than what we see. And person might say you will never get there, but they also said that we would never get back where comes skiing and together after the bait sale deal also, Madam Speaker. But we have to fight for what we think is the right thing for our people. And if we believe that this is the right thing for our people, we should fight for it, Madam Speaker. That's just section 63 of the Bermuda Constitution speaks to, they've defined it in a more succinct way in terms of junior ministers and how junior ministers should function, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I could speak on this because I believe I was the first one appointed in this position, and I know it came about in the official way and in an unofficial way, how it came about and the reason for it coming about. And I agree, I support the position. I believe it gives you an opportunity to really get a chance to really support the minister or ministers in a meaningful way. And you're able to accomplish some things if you're given the authority to do so. I was fortunate in terms of the premier that I served under. He didn't give me any training wheels. He put me in the position, he told me to go to work. And we went to work, Madam Speaker. We got all the work that was done with all the digital legislations that have come to this House was done through my tenure as junior minister. All the work on the Investment Promotion Act, the Trade Commission, the New Business Licensing Act, all those pieces of legislation and the policy work behind them were done in my stead as junior minister. So a junior minister, once given the right direction, given the right policy framework to function, can function and can be an asset to the territory, the executive, and an asset to the country. The reality is that all the government strategy was done under my tenure as junior minister. That you see the rollout now that is happening of all the government systems that are being rolled out in government. So it can be done. And I don't support the notion of doing away with the junior minister system. It also gives persons who are new to politics, might have some good expertise and some good skills, an opportunity to learn the political process in a position like that, preparing them for ministry. But Madam Speaker, I'll read what the Bermuda Constitution speaks to when it says, speaks to junior ministers, section 63, and it has 4 sections. And it says, one reads, junior minister, it says, section 63, 1, the governor acting in accordance with the advice of the premier may by instrument under the public seal appoint junior ministers from among the senators, and they have a bicameral system, so you could choose them from both the Senate and from the House. And subject to the provisions of section 64 of this Constitution, the members of the House of Assembly to assist ministers, and they didn't limit it to the premier. They said ministers, so the junior ministers could be within any ministry. That is something I support as well, Madam Speaker. I'm sure I heard members of this House also express that view. In the performance of their function. Section 2, if occasion arises for making an appointment of a junior minister between a dissolution of the legislature and the polling in the next following general election, the provisions of subsection 1 of this section shall have effect for that purpose as if the election had not been dissolved. And section 3 says, a person shall not be qualified to be appointed as a junior minister if he or she is the president of the vice president of the Senate or the speaker or deputy speaker of the House of Assembly, which makes sense, Madam Speaker, or holds or acting in a public office specified under paragraph A, section 33 of the Constitution. It speaks, and it has a qualifying section as well. The provisions of subsections 3 and 4 of section 59 of this Constitution shall apply in relation to junior ministers as they apply in relation to ministers. So it also speaks to the authority that a junior minister has. It speaks from where they can be chosen from. And it speaks to the fact that they can also serve for any minister to give ministers support. I support this, Madam Speaker. I think we need to look at the language that is there in the Constitution of Bermuda, where we could strengthen the language within our existing Constitution. It's a little dated. It's since 1968. There might be some ways we could strengthen it. But I think we need to retain the junior minister position within our current political construct and ensure that we give it the right authority, give it the right sort of the bailiwick for which it should function, so that people could be clear what is the role of a junior minister and how it will function. Madam Speaker, we see where ministers have, the titles are so long now you can't even call them anymore. When you were in public primary school, you could have said minister, the ministries were very succinct. You call the Premier's ministry right now, it takes you a whole day. Don't talk about Honorable Deputy Premier. You know, so we have to find ways to ensure that the workload is balanced, that the work of the people is getting done, and also ensure that you have a system that works. You can't just have a junior minister for junior minister's sake, and there's no real authority, as some of the junior ministers have expressed, under the portfolio to function. And I also support us extending the House as well in terms of the sixth minister. We have that capacity right now within the current Constitution. I think there's a formula that's in place that says if you want to have a sixth minister, there are certain things that you ought to do. I don't have the formula in front of me right now, but I'm sure that we could share that with the public in terms of the section and the formula that speaks to what do you need to do to have a sixth minister. And I'm sure my colleague who's going to speak next could probably share that with the public so the public is aware in terms of the need for a sixth minister, Madam Speaker, and what we would have to do to be able to do to have a sixth minister. So, Madam Speaker, the bicameral system. I was always one of these opponents. I was never a proponent of the bicameral system. I supported some of the recommendations that were made in this constitutional review in terms of the cost, in terms of all the other avenues, in terms of exhausting the existing system, and all the things that a person has said why we should not have a bicameral system in place in the Virgin Islands. But I've been sold, Madam Speaker. I think I have a different perspective. I had a chance to speak to persons within jurisdiction where the system works and how it works and how effective it could be to have persons in place. And you see in the very constitution that we just spoke to in Bermuda, we could have a bicameral system where we have someone who might not want to run for public office. You don't have to be in the Senate full time. Might be a professional that has a very, very specific skill set that the country needs. You put them in the Senate. They could even serve as a junior minister or even a minister. And it gives the country the opportunity to benefit from those expertise within the territory. These are not full-time positions. They don't have to be. And a lot of countries, the way they function, they're not full-time positions. And I agree with the point I think one of the members raised in the House in the debate, that it gives you a fresh set of eyes to help to really ventilate a lot of the legislation that we have from time to time that is rushed through the House. And we have to be fair and honest about that. Sometimes we come here and we rush a lot of the legislations through the House of Assembly, Madam Speaker. And we don't give it the due care that we ought to have given it under different circumstances, Madam Speaker. So I believe our upper house, as it would be called, would give you the opportunity to really have a Senate of experienced, capable individuals. Not that the House is not capable, but it's always important to have additional eyes, additional persons looking at the same thing, because you might see from a different perspective when you're looking at it for such a long time. Sometimes a fresh pair of eyes helps you to see things differently. And I believe that we ought to examine the probability and the possibility of putting in place a bicameral system in the territory. It could be a small one. It doesn't have to be exhaustive like a lot of the other countries. It could be a small five-member. I saw the member made some recommendations, the member for the third deputy premier. I support a lot of what you recommend, member. I don't support that they should be elected. I think they need to be appointed, so that we could have very clear guidelines in terms of some of the skill sets that we would need and require within this Senate to be able to assist with the work of the people, Madam Speaker. So from that perspective, Madam Speaker, I support, I don't support the Commission's view, but I actually support the view of ensuring that a bicameral system goes into place for moving this country forward, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, page, I'm going to call the pages again because I think I want to give persons the opportunity to really follow as I go through this process as well. Page 28. When I get close to my time, Madam Speaker, please let me know. I said I'll be able to get it done in an hour, but how fast am I? Done an hour already? No, man. But, Madam Speaker, recommendation or the discussion about term limits, Madam Speaker. And that's on page 28. Madam Speaker, I support term limits for premier. I want to say that from the offset. I've always been someone who supports that position, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, all we have to do is look across the Atlantic and see if there was not term limits, the potential crisis the world could be in right now. And I'm not going to call any names or any country or state or whatever, or nation, Madam Speaker. Term limits are important, Madam Speaker. And I think the Cayman Islands got it right. In their last constitutional review process, they added a provision for term limits. And the transition went fine. I think in the Cayman Islands Constitution it says that the premier could only serve for 2 consecutive terms. And after that, the premier has to take a break. That doesn't mean he couldn't run. He can run still. He could still sit in the cabinet so that institutional knowledge is not lost. He could still sit in the House cabinet if his government wins, of his team or party or his coalition wins. He could sit in the cabinet, or he could sit in the House and still offer that institutional knowledge to the House of Assembly and to the territory. It gives the opportunity for a fresh pair of eyes, gives the opportunity for building capacity in your country as well. And it helps you to avoid this thing where people feel the country belongs to them. They feel that there's only their way and they could direct you and dictate to you. You become a dictatorship. When some people have certain absolute power is a dangerous thing. You see in some Caribbean nations, that I heard the argument that it don't go long. 4 terms is a long time. That's absolute power. 6 terms is a very long time. When you have that level of absolute power at the absolute top, you become to believe that you own the place, that you could do as you please. And the system has to have some type of check and balance in place to ensure that this happens. And the people want this. This is something that the people want. It's something that I support, Madam Speaker. I think we need to ensure that this is in place. I heard the argument that we are a small population and all the arguments that are made for it, against it. If you want to go a step further than Cayman and say, look, we give you at least 3 terms consecutively. And after that, you have to either leave the political scene, or you go on, you run again, you end up in the House, or you end up in the cabinet, if your then leader so desires you to be there. And you can still have an opportunity to contribute. So if someone only go try to contribute as the leader, you only go contribute as the head of the country. It's the only way they can contribute. You only go have one head at a time. But that head needs to have some checks and balance, Madam Speaker. So I support term limits, and I hope that we could have a proper conversation and discussion on this in the committee stages of the bill, well, it's a bill, essentially. It's going to be a bill of the Parliament of the UK, of the report, and how we're going to move forward, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, recall provision. And that's on page 31, where the substantive notes that outlines the Commission's discussions and person submissions regarding this particular discussion. Again, Madam Speaker, I support recall provision. Had we had a recall provision in place, 2022 would have been much easier and cleaner, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I actually wrote, when we were being chastised by the Commission Inquiry and we were asked to give these position papers, I was asked to give one, and I actually wrote one on the whole issue of a recall provision in terms of how recall provisions should work, Madam Speaker. And there's some arguments that it shouldn't be in the Constitution. I agree with that. If we do make a reference to it, is one thing, but I think that this needs to be a matter of legislation. And we need to be very clear in terms of how this particular legislation or provision should be triggered as relates to recall and revocation of somebody or elected official within the House or within the Parliament, Madam Speaker. So I won't spend too much time on that, but I think that is something that I support, and I think that we ought to examine and decide as a House if it's something that we think should be in place. And it's something that people have asked for as well. You know, but you don't want it to be something that's abused and persons are sought after for whatever reasons, and is a misused provision. It's something that we have to look at as well. Madam Speaker, the next point that I want to dive into, Madam Speaker, I'm going to be very academic in terms of my approach today. I want to speak very slow, because when this thing gets into me sometimes and I get angry, I tend to chop up my words. I'm going to take my time today, Madam Speaker, so that people can hear me very clearly. Madam Speaker, the human rights provision, and that's not for all clauses, Madam Speaker. Some of them I'll be a little more passionate on. Page 59, where it speaks about the Human Rights Commission, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, this is a travesty. This is one of the greatest travesties of the 2007 constitutional exercise. That 18 years later, we're still here talking about having a commission in place for the protection of the human rights of ordinary landers. Madam Speaker, I agree with the sentiments expressed here by the Commission. The Commission is asking for us to make There's a clause, a section within, I think, one of the, bear with me, Madam Speaker, let me, to give some urgency, to make an amendment where there's some urgency with this implementation of a Human Rights Commission within the territory. And Speaker, I support that. I think we need to ensure that the human rights of the people of this territory, those who are belongers, Virgin Islanders, those persons who come to live amongst us, they have rights as well. And on a daily basis, those rights are trampled upon. In the labor market, in different markets, people have different levels of hardship that they experience. And there's no recourse other than the courts, and most persons can't afford to go to court, so people suffer in silence. In many instances when their human rights are violated. And this our very government is guilty of some of those atrocities against human rights for persons and individuals. But the government is not you or individual, that's the problem. That's always been the problem with this country. We tend to personalize these institutions. These institutions are not about you, all of us are transient. I don't think we think we're here forever. All of us are transient in all of these positions. It's the institutions that we have to ensure that we protect. We don't own any of these positions. We're lucky, we're fortunate, we're privileged. It's a privilege to serve, not a right. None of us have a right to serve in this house. It's a privilege afforded to all of us by the people of the Virgin Islands and the belongers who vote. And we need to treat it as such, Madam Speaker. And I think we need to ensure that their human rights are protected. We need to ensure that, I know that works is being done by Deputy Governor's office now to preserve the human rights, to get a commission going and get the act. I know we passed an act, Honorable Skelton, but I don't know what happened to it. I know we went through that process in 2015, but it never materialized. I don't know what happened. Yeah, we did some work on that, but it never materialized. But it's an indictment on all of us. All of us have a right to ensure that Human Rights Commission is established and the underpinning legislation that governs it is put in place, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, page 75, the interim order in council, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I was going to speak on this in a different way, but something leaked on the speed bump, I understand. That leak was sent, I don't know how it got out there. It's a private letter, I assume. I don't know how a private media could get hand on a private letter so quickly. But anyhow, it was in the media that the order in council was lifted. Madam Speaker. And Madam Speaker, this is Madam Speaker, I'm going to spend a little time on my last 2 points, Madam Speaker. So let me drink some. So I ask my colleagues and the public to bear with me on these 2 points. Madam Speaker, this is a good thing for the Virgin Islands. And this is the handiwork, not just of the government, the executive power, but the handiwork of this entire House and this territory, Madam Speaker. And the government should get credit too as well, because the reality is that if it didn't happen, they'll get blamed for it. So if it happens, they should get some credit for it as well. We have to be fair, Madam Speaker. But Madam Speaker, when I heard this, it brought me back to 2022. May 5th, 2022. Thank you, Honorable Reimer. May 2nd, well, yeah. May a week before my body, a week and a half before my body. I was telling somebody the other day, when that day happened, I had the flu. I was sick like a dog, Madam Speaker. Could I barely walk. I went up Paramtown. My aunt had cooked some chicken soup for me. So I went and collected chicken soup, and I got a call. I think it's Amber Warman who called me, actually. I got a call saying, "You heard the news?" So I heard the news. I said, "What news?" And at the same time, when he was telling me that, I was getting a call coming in from the governor. Yeah, I was lead opposition at the time. The governor was calling me to tell me what's going on. Madam Speaker, when I heard that news, the quickest I ever get rid of the flu. I get better one time. The cough was gone. The fever was gone. I could have walked. I could have run. Madam Speaker, I get sober one time. You know when a man drunk and he gets sober, he get lick, he get sober? Madam Speaker, I instantly got rid of the flu when I got that news. Madam Speaker, the series of events that happened thereafter is what they are. All of us scrambled. All 13 members at the time in the House of Assembly scrambled together and assembled to say, and persons outside of the House, how can we save our democracy? How can we ensure that this country does not go the way of the Turks and Caicos? Because you saw the same playbook being rolled out. You were asking for the Commission Inquiry report for weeks and months. It was received and it wouldn't release, and we know why it wasn't being released. We had a trip planned to go to the UK to discuss the report and the findings of the report. And then just like that, bam, within a news breaking, a plane ticket was booked. Meetings were scheduled within hours, not hours, actually minutes of this news hitting the airwaves. And we sprung into action. You know, I like football. I like to watch American football. I'm not too much of a soccer fan. I like American football. I'm a Phillies fan. I'm an Eagles fan. I lived in Philadelphia for 4 years, and I have developed an affinity for Philadelphia area teams, and Philly is a city that I love. And it's easy to the morning quarterback, as they say, or choose the morning quarterback, because I had wanted the Baltimore to win. I had Baltimore to win. I didn't expect Detroit to put them kind of licks on Baltimore on Monday. But when you're staring down the barrel of the gun, Madam Speaker, you have to make decisions. You have to think on the best interests of the country and the people of the country, Madam Speaker. And the unit government at the time, Albert Thomas, who is here, I'm not ashamed of what we did. I think we did what we needed to do for the country. It was an important decision that we made. And I want to thank the people at the time who stepped up, because our reality could have been much different had we not made the decisions that we made then. So it's easy for those persons to say, oh, I set a coward, I set a this, I set a that. Sure, let them take the country. Let them go to the country. Call and bluff. Yeah, I heard that too. You looking on the barrel of gun and you're going to call a man bluff? And you go see the shot them in the gun? But it's not. But the barrel of gun wasn't pointing at me, not my life. It was pointing at the life and livelihoods of the people of this country. You're responsible for the lives and livelihoods of the people, not yourself. You don't make selfish decisions when you have so many people depending on the decisions that you make, Madam Speaker. So, Madam Speaker, sometimes it's easy to make those decisions and say those things when you're not in the position, when you don't have the context of this country and where this country has come from, and the sacrifices that have been made for this country and its people. Those men out there on the bus, not the school bus we were talking about running, those guys out there on the bus in front of the House of Assembly, they made tremendous sacrifices so we could be here today. And we should just let them take it away? We should just give it away? Call them bluff? Sometimes you have to handle aggression, not with aggression, not with brute force. Brute force necessarily, don't need brute force as a reaction. You have to have a little more finesse sometimes. Because I'm happy that we were able, and we did, several of days, Madam Speaker, several of days, the Eastern and me come out inside of that cabinet. Several of days. And it was hard to put it back in. And some of the things that we had to deal and endure to get through that period, Madam Speaker. But I'm glad we did. But what's saying, making the point that when you're void of context, sometimes it makes it very difficult. Madam Speaker. I didn't grow up in the Virgin Islands, the Virgin Islands that Amber Skelton and Amber Fraser grew up in. And when Honorable Lorna Smith came here as a little girl and grew up in. But I have context of that Virgin Islands. You know why? I like old people. And I grew up listening. You're welcome, sir. And I'm going to take care of you. Just like I take care of Ralph when you were here. And I grew up listening to people talk about what this Virgin Islands was, where it came from, and what it took to build it, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, my grandfather, when I came back home from college, I found my grandfather, because one of the things we used to do, my cousins used to go, my grandmother was ill from the time I was a little boy. I never really got a chance to see and talk to my grandmother, Flossie, because she was ill from the time I was young. And we growing up in a community in Paramtown, and I'll tell a little quick story, Madam Speaker. And we used to go in, me, my cousin, my grandfather would be on the porch. He was a real man. He took care of her every day until her last breath, while she was ill. So we would come in, he would call out, he said, "Boy, why is I come?" So when he couldn't lift up anymore, me and my cousin, whether me Cornell, Corbin, whoever is there at the time would go in and lift up our grandmother, carry her, take her in her bed, and then he makes sure she gets some meal and he puts her to bed and whatever. And it started to move from that when I got home from college. He wanted to just talk. I said, "My grandfather, my dad, and so why you want to talk so often?" So every day I came home from work, and I used to live Paramount at the time, and he called me and we sat down for hours and just talk. Talk about these Virgin Islands, where they came from, and the work that him and others like him did to really build this country that many persons come and see here today. You don't understand it, yeah? He talked about how we got the first airstrip. He was the foreman. He was the one that built the first airstrip at Bicameral and opened up the economy of the Virgin Islands so planes could land, and we built on that foundation, and we have our airport today. Nobody come and give me nothing. Nobody came here and gave us nothing. These are the trials and the struggles of our people who made these sacrifices, a lot of time didn't get paid. Tell me, you want to try and carry jail, say you take the terrorists from off the beach, and he had the permission, and try and carry downtown, go lock you up there. See, he brought in a lot of time. My uncle, he said, "Boy, what you get yourself into up there?" But those are the stories of how this country was built. Going after St. Thomas through the shoot and all the things and all the things you hear about where they're going through the shoot story and, you know? You know, and the stories of the women who stayed behind through the window. Thanks. You see, that's what you hear. You have that historical knowledge. The stories of the women who stayed, Madam Speaker. I never knew my grandma, like I said, my grandmother Flossie. But every time her name comes up in the community, and the guys who are a lot older than me or in between, you see their eyes light up when they hear my grandmother's name. And I'm telling my personal story, Madam Speaker. And I'm sure the stories are true in every community in this territory. You'll find similarities in every district of this territory. Those guys' eyes would light up when they hear my grandmother's name. They would count the 10 cent, the 2 cent cake, and when they come buy bread, she give them an extra 2 pieces in the back for them to walk go with. And those are memories that stay with those individuals. I met an older lady. She has to be in her 70s, 80s, from up in Hope Hill area. She saw me one day in the market square. I went to buy a lime tree. The lime tree, still there trying to, ain't buy a lime yet, but it's still fighting. I went to buy that lime tree. And I went to pay her. She said, what are you in pocket for? You could pay me? I said, what do you mean? She said, you can't pay me. I said, okay. Why you say so? She said, you know what it is? You know how to vote for you? I said, thank you. She said, thank me? Thank got nothing to do with you. I said, what do you mean nothing to do with me? It may be you voted for? She said, you know who your grandmother was? She said, I used to walk from the country, come East End, with a couple little potato and a couple little things that my father sent me up there to try to make something so we got some food to eat. She said, every time I come East End, I could go back with enough bread, enough cake, and she give me something for my sister. Don't let them know you got that one there for you. From your grandmother, so we could eat for the rest of the week. You could never pay me back for the generosity that your grandmother has given to me and my siblings. And I have to go there, Madam Speaker, because when you hear people saying, let them take it, let them take it, let them take it. You know who Clarita Pickering is? Alpha Gina Pickering and Clarita and Alpha Gina, 2 sisters. Up along look. My great-grandmother and Alpha Gina is down about AG's great-grandmother. And Joe, my grandfather, Happy. These people toiled for this country when we had nothing, our community. Alpha Gina and Clarita up there, man, she got 2 of them grandchildren down there, them come. Well, Clarita got Alpha Gina one up. It's 2 of we bosses, one about AG. Premier and I and you here, only you here right now. So the 2 of them up there looking down and them there having a little banter. At one time, Clarita had 3 in this very house or something. These are the people, and like I said, this story is true throughout these Virgin Islands. You go King Ganymede, you get the same story. You go up Huntom's Gut where the Honorable Smith grew up. You come down town with Honorable Ronnie Skell, I'm sure he's going to share some of his own experiences, because he lived it. He lived it. Honorable Fraser, I'm sure the same is true in the 3rd District. You lived it. So I am not going to apologize for what we had to do. And this victory is all of our victory. And I'll say a little more when I get to the ancestral side, though. I got some more thing to say. So a lot of people toil for this Virgin Islands. We can't just give it away. It's not done for the mind to take and do and play as a toy. We have to take it very seriously. And Deputy Premier, I give in this house, this very house, for the work we did to move that agenda forward. And the 5 members who were in the unity government at the time, and the scrutiny that we got from the public, and the ridicule that we got from the public. We made a decision that we felt was in the best interest of our country and our people. And if I had to do it again, I'll do it again. Madam Speaker, because the country is bigger than me. It's bigger than my ambitions. I never came into politics for my personal ambitions. My ambitions have always been ambitions of my people. Them say, oh, you're quiet these days. But the Bible says there's a time to speak and a time to stay quiet. And talk today. And I'm going to talk. I think to talk. So, Madam Speaker, this is and the people of the territory ought to be happy that this is happening. That we're not, and this is all of our thing. But I'm going to say this too. We had no call being here. We had no call being here. And we got no call getting back here again, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, we need to ensure that the institutions are strengthened to avoid any unscrupulous member amongst us, which I don't think we have any here, or any unscrupulous member to come to do some of the things that caused us to be in this position, with a threat over our head and the heads of the people of these Virgin Islands. This Constitution has to be robust enough to deal with persons who would dare to put us back in a situation like that. And that's why the provisions before that I spoke about, that's why I support them. Even if I am a victim of them, it should never be about any of us individually. Whatever is necessary to safeguard and protect the institutions must happen. And that is my crime, that's my position moving forward, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, we have to ensure that we don't make these mistakes. Madam Speaker, page 99 to 103 speaks to the next steps to self-determination, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, this is a hot topic in the public space. And I have my view on this, very clear view. As I said in the onset, Madam Speaker, this has to be the last constitution that we have to get to the point where our people could make a decision on where we ought to go, Madam Speaker. Like the member on the first said before, I have my biases of what should happen. But I should not influence the process with my biases. What I ought to do is educate our people. And the report speaks to that. We ought to ensure that our people have all the information that they need to make a proper and right and just decision on this process, Madam Speaker. I'll give you a quick story again. I learned it from my Minister of Education, my good friend. She's a good, she used metaphors very well. And I admire the way that she uses words. I've never been good with, as eloquent with words as she is, and some people just have the gift of gab. Me, I like zeros and ones. I'm a computer guy. I speak in binary, I speak in a different language. I speak in zeros and ones. You know, so sometimes people misconstrue that as not being unfair or whatever, but people have their style. Everybody have their gift. But what this country needs is people who love the country and the people. That's ultimately what we need, Madam Speaker. So, this whole self-determination argument, Madam Speaker, again, I'm going to talk about myself. I don't like to talk about people. I'm talking about myself, Madam Speaker. All of us, and I think my experience is almost everybody's experience. You grew up in a home, probably, if you're lucky, you have siblings to play with, and you grew up with series of siblings. We these days, that's another story. There's a population study that's asking to be done. We ain't getting no children. So we got run in trouble soon. I have 10 siblings, Madam Speaker. 10 of them. And I grew up in a house with 6 of them. I'm the eldest of my mother's children. My mother has 7 children. So I had to change everyone's diaper. I learned to wash. I learned to cook from 7, 8 years old. Because my mother go work, sometimes she had to go work on Sundays. I could cook the best baked whole chicken you ever taste in your life. That was our delicacy on Sunday, a baked whole chicken. And I perfected it because I had no choice. No, I several, man. But, man, it wasn't so bad like when you were growing up. It wasn't so bad like. It wasn't so bad. like all of us had to rig off the chicken head. It was hard, but it wasn't so hard, Madam Speaker. So, Madam Speaker, I had, as the eldest, all persons who are the eldest understand what it means and the responsibility it has to be the eldest. And that's why you see me and my siblings, we're so tight. You can't get between us because we had to fend for each other. Yeah? And despite all differences, you never see it play out in the market square. And this whole self-determination issue, I think my mother was preparing me for self-determination. As the eldest, you have a responsibility to ensure that those who in your care are well taken care of. She prepared me. I left high school. I was fortunate to encounter Dr. Robert McTavius. We sparked a connection, a friendship. I went off to university under his leadership. He pushed and ensured that I went off to school. Even at one point, he thought I wasn't going anywhere, and he was savvy like this. He didn't tell me himself. You know, he went to every one of my friends them, and he talked to all of them. And all of them come say, "Boy, young girl from here go school." So I see every one of them coming, and I said, Mr. Max and him. And I left in 2000. And I came back, Madam Speaker, a quick story. I try not to be too long with this one. Again, the household preparing us for self-determination. We were fortunate to have, the first thing I did before I left is, and this is a Virginia way, you either inherit a piece of land or you have to buy a piece of land. Your parents insist on that. They either give you what's yours once they have the inheritance, they have the ability to give land. They give you your piece. My mother didn't have that ability. We didn't have land. And my grandfather didn't give away what he had and helped other people to own a home and so forth. He didn't have any land left either. And I had to buy mine. I left high school. The first purchase I made when my friends were buying cars was a piece of land. And that's where I live right now. That's the first purchase I made. And I came back from college. My mom had a downstairs. She had somebody living there. She put you out. She put out the tenant where she was making money from. Put me downstairs to get a start. Teach me responsibility. I didn't think I paid $1 rent yet. But I paid bills. I helped her, but what she wanted me to do is save my money to build my own home. So I could go on my own, Madam Speaker. And I'm getting somewhere with this. That's your mother preparing you to stand on your own. And when she see I was taking too long, because the other siblings got to come and have their transition too, you know. You can't come home and hug up the place so you're going to live there forever and then go build your house. She nudged me in a very so gentle way. Started to get something going. Started God's strength. I was able to get a house built. Madam Speaker. And I moved on. I'm my own as a man. Madam Speaker. we have our own journey to self-determination, every one of us individually. But you have to have support to get to that point. Let's be honest with ourselves, though. BVI has went through that same process as a country. We had a time when we had nothing, and we had an agrarian society where people had to prog and go through the window and do all the things and go to Santo Domingo and all the other places to survive. We did that. We made enough money. They sent it back. They did what they had to do, build the economy. You had a situation where those who didn't have that skill to be an agrarian, they got an opportunity where they had leaders at the time who saw the vision in education. You heard the story of when they had the first high school and how much people could go at one time. And those persons who went off to university and had that opportunity. Honorable Smith was one of those persons with Dr. Robert Matavius, a blessed memory. They went off, they formed the first cohort of professionals in this country. At that time, at that era, you had the McTadmans and those before you, but you formed the cohort of what would be the educational foundation of this territory. We would be developing ourselves for self-determination. And you educated me, educated all of the rest of us who are in this room and many persons in this territory who benefited from that process. But let's be real, for the most part, we've been on the struggle by ourselves. We've been on this path by ourselves. Honorable Fraser, Honorable Smith, Honorable Fraser, Skelton have to tell about their struggles that they saw. But I just made list three. I just made list three issues, Madam Speaker, three situations where I continue to say that we don't have a supportive partner in our quest to ensuring that we're firm and ready to stand on our own. Our journey has always been, we have always been a people that pulled ourselves up by our bootstraps. That's who we've been. That's who we've always been. We don't make excuses, we just get it done. Madam Speaker, Hurricane Norma Maria. You would think that a country just experienced the worst disaster in this hemisphere in decades, many decades, almost $4 billion in damage. That your administrative power will come to your rescue, give you the resources or assist you in the resources that you need to get on your feet, like your mother would do, give you the apartment downstairs, for the tenant, make sure that you don't have enough on rent, so you can save your money and you could build your house and build back your house. In our case, build back our house. But we got a loan guarantee. To add insult to injury, you know what else we got? A threat to put in place forthwith public, same discussion we had yesterday, publicly accessible registers. That's what we got after Hurricanes Norma and Maria. I don't know if people understood what the threat was to our economy and our way of life after the hurricanes. And that invoked the greatest march we've seen since the 1949 march. People came out of every corner of these islands and marched in the streets of Rotown. That's what a willing partner does to its child, or a mother does to his child when the child is on its back in its worst situation. Next situation, Madam Speaker, two more circumstances why I feel that we have done the things that we need to do to ensure that we've not gotten the support to get to this point, Madam Speaker. COVID-19, the worst pandemic in almost 100 years. What's a gift? Bam, a COI that we're still paying untold amounts of monies for. Madam Speaker, don't get me wrong, the COI and some aspects of it was necessary. I don't agree with the report in terms of some of the things that were said, but some of it was necessary. And we failed on multiple occasions to police ourselves. There was I don't know who it was, but somebody used to say, if you don't police yourself, somebody's going to police you. I can't remember who it used to say it, but somebody used to say it. But when I remember, I'm going to tell you. But if I remember, just say, okay? If anything I remember who it was, just say. So, Amber Foy used to say, oh, okay, all right then, I'll give him his credit. Amber Foy used to say that story. And lo and behold, the police them come to police us. Madam Speaker, when you're vulnerable, your mother don't put you on the street. When you're at your lowest, you need a cup of water and a plate of food, she'd have forgot eating. I see many a mornings, many a nights, my mother eating nothing to make sure the seven of us had something to eat. And I hear her once complain. Somebody that cares about you in the way that some people are purporting to care about you wouldn't do those things to you. I'm saying this because I want people to understand that at the end of the day, we have to fight for ourselves. We have to fend for ourselves. And we should not be afraid to fend for ourselves. But we have to determine, what I again have to say is that we have to determine what that looks like collectively. We have to educate our people on what that means. Now, either whatever the shape or form it comes in, whatever that means, Madam Speaker. Then again, the law enforcement report, you see a cycle. Whenever they see vulnerability, they talk about they want to assist you in devolving these powers and ensure that you have the support that you need and all the things that you need. But there's these subliminal and not so subliminal messages that comes from time to time. That report was an insult to the competence and the hard work of the people of this country. Nobody in this country, just like the Commissioner Inquiry report, nobody in this country could run this country. Nobody. Nobody in this audience who is per capita is the most educated country in this side of the Caribbean. Nobody could run it. Nobody could run the institution that we built, that Arnold Smith, the late Dr. Ralph McTavish, and all the people that worked with them and around them, and the people in the private sector that they built, nobody could run them. Nobody from this country could run them. Introducing intrusive vetting measures for the police officers or customs officers. What are you trying to say? A society of less than, the workforce of less than 15, 20,000 people, are you saying that you're trying to strike out all of us from being able to work in these institutions that we've worked in for decades? The court even weighed in on this and said that what's happening is not right. And I see something by the speed bump again saying, directing the commissioner, acting commissioner, that she must proceed with vetting the officers. That's a partnership, though? That's how partnership works? I mean, almost, you tell me you're the most affluent businessman that we have here. That's how partnerships work. I don't know. I don't know. That's how partnership was. People of the audience pay attention. As the man from the toy used to say, Clarence Thomas, watch the game. Watch the game. Watch the game. And it's all fault. They distrust the process because they distrust us. And we've given them reason to distrust us. even if we telling the truth, as Arch used to say. Arch. People ain't want to hear nothing we got to say. We put out a statement out of there. That's when everybody take off we clothes. Even though we tell the truth to them. Oh, you're trying to call so-and-so a lawyer, trying to to take our clothes off. Because they don't trust us, Madam Speaker. You know why they don't trust us? Because we facilitate the distrust of each other. We facilitate it. When we hear things about each other, instead of we telling people to go sit down with that thing, that ain't make no sense, that ain't true. We either stay silent and be complicit, or we put gasoline on the fire. We as our own biggest enemy. The other day, I don't like to always gotta be defending the government members. But if somebody come to me telling me something I know is blatantly wrong and going after a man's character, I can't sit there and be party to that nonsense. I said, man, what you're saying that ain't not true. That ain't not true. What you're saying about the minister can't be true. This is how the process works. He couldn't do that. And this is why he couldn't do that. That's why he couldn't do that. Then when the premier something said, the premier do. I said, Lord, he'll do a lot of things, but he ain't do that. he ain't do what you see he do that. That ain't true. So we cannot always think that politics is the right thing to play with. Because you think they want to trust you anymore than trust me when you tell them how can announce about me. What I'm going to say is that look at how he talking about he colleague. All of them the same. That's exactly what I'm telling from around here. That's what they want to say. All of them the same. We who facilitate this. That's why the people do not trust anything that we say. They don't believe as you walk, or is rush hour. Don't believe the words that come out your mouth, man. They don't believe the words that are coming out our mouths. We got to do better. We have to make it about the institution. And we need to stop personalizing these things, man. So, Madam Speaker, I support what the report says in terms of the next step to self-determination, in terms of this education, and all the things that we need to do, and all we know we need to do this. What I would suggest, Deputy Premier, since you're here, and the Premier's not here, is that we need to do it from an independent view. We can't always be the one out there talking, sending the message. Honorable Smith said that I support Honorable Smith's position. I didn't hear it, Honorable Smith. If you said that, we can't be the one out there pushing this agenda. We need to get a committee or board, whatever we want to call it, of trusted people and trusted individuals of reports who haven't been tainted by the political process, to go out there and speak to the people candidly. Like people like this report has such gravitas because the woman behind it has a lot of gravitas. And the people on the committee as well. She got gumption. She got what we were told yesterday? Clout. Yeah. The one that used to us yesterday, that she has some clout. She has some clout. She come from good stock too, you know. She from up Grove Hill. The age, you know where Grove Hill is. She up Grove Hill up there, Chapel Hill up there, that area where them people up there got good clout. They got good head on them shoulders. And she a pen too, so you know what that'd be. So it speaks to, and so we have to look at it from that perspective, government members and House of Assembly. Let's get an independent group of people together to educate the people. They don't have to have their own biases. They could be objective. The questions that people are asking about currency and about how we going the passport and all these things I heard people mention, army and all these things. Let's go and answer the questions in a real way. Get professionals in these spaces who understand how these things work to talk to them, so they could believe what they say to them, because the person has worked in this space and has some credibility. And they have no reason. They have no personal bias one way or the other to go in any direction, but just want to give people honest unadulterated responses in terms of the way forward. That is what we need to do. Don't force it down their throats. Don't do that. Let's not do that. Our people are smart people. They're really smart people. They could decipher for themselves. Just give them the information, let them make a decision. And when you talk to people and you try to break things down, you can see the wheels turning. You can see them analyzing for themselves and assessing for themselves and coming to their own conclusion on some of these matters. So, my humble suggestion to you, sir, and to the Premier and persons who could make that decision on the way forward, Madam Speaker. But it has to go for a referendum. The Constitution is clear on that. But I think let's not rush it. Let's hurry up. Get it done quick. But don't rush it. There's a difference with hurrying up, doing something, and rushing it. Let's make sure the people are not left behind in this process. Because ultimately, they're the ones who have to live with the decision once it's made. All of us collectively will live with it. But we're just the vessels by which it will move through the process. But the people have to have a different perspective as well. And we need to respect that perspective. And for the country. And Speaker, Ancestral Virgin Islander. I had it there, look at the book, you want me to talk about it, it disappeared. But that one thing I ain't gonna leave here without talking about, I tell you that. The last thing I speak about is gonna be that. What page it is on? Who help me out? I lost my bookmark. I just had it here. Madam Speaker. Ah, here you go. It looks so nice. Highlighted. Yeah. It's on page 116. It's not a recommendation, as far as I understand. It's just a discussion that was had. An attempt that the 116 it goes as far over to 118. And I want to commend the Commission for this, Ms. Penlet, and her team, for attempting to really define this in a way that persons could understand. It brings some clarity to it, and sort of, you know, we know people used to say indigenous Virgin, and we know what they meant, and people try their best to try to articulate what they feel their ancestry represents, and that's okay. People try. People want, and that shows people desire to want to express themselves about who they are. You know, and I respect that, because I find myself these days trying to have to defend who I am and whom I am. Why would any one of us need to do that? I think Albert de Castro said it best yesterday. We all get here through different paths. I respect your path, but why you have to keep defending mine? Why do I feel like I need to? It's like a burden that you continue to carry. I just talk about in Alpha Gina and their descendants of the free people from Nottingham, who's celebrating, might I add, next year, 250 years of freedom. Not just freedom in the sense of freedom, but freedom from, in the whole entire Western Hemisphere, the first free people. And it wasn't given to them. They fought for it, and they paid for it. They paid for their freedom. They paid for the land. And I'll get to Crown land next. That's why land's so critical and important to us. I hate the feeling that I get when I have to try to defend this, Madam Speaker. It gives you a queasy feeling, eh? sick to your stomach that there's an attempt to try to put us against each other. Madam Speaker. Sorry, Mr. Speaker. Sorry, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I am, and I'm going to go through the definition that the commission did and the attempt that they've done to try to bring some clarity to this issue and to try to define it in a way that is clear and that it could be properly enshrined in the way that we do things. And I support what they're attempting to do here. That's where it speaks to ancestral virgin, and then it says to first generation refers to a person, A, born in the Virgin Islands to a father and a mother who was also born in the Virgin Islands and was also a belonger of a Virgin Islander at the time of birth. A person born outside the Virgin Islands to a father or a mother who was at the time of birth a belonger or a Virgin Islander by birth or descent. That covers those of us who had to go away. When things were hard, and there's some of us who went away and made a life for themselves outside these Virgin Islands and sent back remittances to help to maintain things at home. Them is our cousin Fraser down St. Thomas who come up to vote ever so often, and some of them who live in the States and still come back and contribute every festival and have property here and still contribute to these Virgin Islands. That's what this represents, and you don't want to ensure that their children are not disenfranchised. Second generation refers to a person who was born in the Virgin Islands who has at least one grandparent who was born in the Virgin Islands, well, who was at the time of birth a belonger, by birth a descendant, or who was born outside the Virgin Islands and has at least one grandparent who were born in the Virgin Islands as was at the time of birth a belonger or Virgin Islander by birth or descent. That's the St. Thomas people who have to go trace back. They wasn't born here, but they could trace back and say, okay, or heritage or lineage from here. So, yeah, so, I mean, so, and then there's a third generation one that refers to a person who was born in the Virgin Islands, who was at least one grandparent who was born in the Virgin Islands, or who has at the time of birth a belonger of a Virgin Islander by birth or descent, who was born outside the Virgin Islands, and at least one grandparent who was born in the Virgin Islands, who was at the time of their birth also a belonger of the Virgin Islands by birth or descent. So, Madam Speaker, they've tried to classify it, and I think we have to really delve into this in terms of if this really captures and what they were intending to capture, if it captures the full gamut of those individuals, Madam Speaker. But Mr. Speaker, I want to make something equivocal. I am part of a dying breed, so to speak. I think only about 5 of us in this house fit that lineage where both your parents were born, you were born, both your parents were born, or born out by descent, your grandparents, their parents, and it could trace your legacy straight back to slavery. I think Amber Skelton can do Amber Reimer, Amber De Castro, Honorable Smith, Don Smith. Haji could, Honorable Vincent could do that too? Honorable Vincent, Honorable Hart Smith, and Honorable Fraser, and the Premier, of course, couldn't do that. Honorable Dawson as well has that same type of lineage. So that's a small percentage of the budget. And that's why I was so adamant that my son was born in the BVI. I was adamant about that. That's one of the things that I wasn't compromising on at all, to ensure that he was born in the Virgin Islands. And we shouldn't have to defend that, though, is the point. The point is, you come here through one path. Your parents and my siblings, all 6 of them, I love them unequivocally. I have 10 of them, the 6 are by my mother and the other 4 by my dad. It's 10 of us, 10 siblings, 11 of us. And they wouldn't have been here if their father didn't come from Antigua and relocated in BVI. The dad came to Antigua, met my mom, married my mom, had 6 lovely children. He engaged me as his own son. He treated me no differently than he did my other siblings. My stepfather, Hewlett Ford, do I hate them because their father from Antigua? I have nothing but love. When I tell you, anybody see me and my siblings, they will never, they don't look like me. They're them light skin. And they'll talk about me and me and them talking. In TORTOLA, you gotta be careful, you know. Sometimes who you're talking about is who you're talking to, you know. I see my mother called me the other day, some time ago. Somebody was on top of me. And she was talking to me around my sister, my eldest sister. And she nearly broke. My mother said, you got to call your sister because she'll catch a stroke. Because she hair going on, she could kill somebody. But my point is that those things should not divide the bond that we have. I met with, I was speaking to Miss Williams the other day, Zulma, for the bakery, Mangrove Bakery in East End. And she always takes an opportunity to remind me. They didn't born in TORTOLA. They came from St. Vincent. They relocated from St. Vincent, the Jacksons, the Sylvesters, the Williams, the Peters, Dame Peters, and those, Peters who was the farmer. And all those people migrated to the Eastern community. And Ms. Williams was telling me about that relationship she got up to this day with my aunts and uncle, my aunt and my uncle then. How they're like brothers and sisters, because when she came, she used to walk with my grandmother, and she used to give me the stories about my grandmother and my grandfather and how they took care of her. We want people. Your path might be different, but we want people. Thank you for that, Honorable Vicar. I couldn't say it better. But we want people to not allow us to be divided by this narrative. I am proud of my ancestry. I am proud of my grandmother and the stories that people tell about her every day. You know why I'm proud of it? Even more so, Madam Speaker, Mr. Speaker? I never got a chance to know my grandmother. My grandma was ill. When I was at 2 years old, when my grandma became ill. So I never got a chance to really interact and talk with her and have those conversations. My maternal grandmother, who's another amazing woman, Mary Valak, Fred Valak. I had a good relationship with my other grandmother, but I never got a relationship with my father's mother. I'm proud of that legacy. I'm proud of that heritage. And all of us should be proud of it too, who happen to have that type of heritage and never feel that you have to be apologized for it. And just like the person, like my sisters and brothers who father from Antigua, you shouldn't have to apologize for that either. If he didn't come here, I wouldn't have had the amazing siblings that I have. No, let anyone divide us. This country cannot grow unless we all work collaboratively to grow it. A house divided amongst itself cannot stand. Mr. Speaker, I'm proud of my ancestry, and I'm proud of all the people who have come to this country and have built it. The Virgin Islands is what it is because of all of us. But don't take away from one to give to the next. It don't work that way. It don't work that way. Everybody have their story, and everybody's story is important. I'm proud of mine. I must shout it to the mountaintop. Mr. Speaker, I agree with the initial suggestion by the committee. What I would suggest, though, is that we have a more further conversation in the committee stage on this aspect of it. But that ancestry that we talk about has to come for something. It has to be more than just a footnote in the Constitution. It has to have some value. You see where other countries have put value to the ancestry of the country. It has to have some value. It has to come for something. What Faulkners and the Castros and all those guys did in 1949, that don't have to come for something. What Noah Lloyd and the Positive Action Movement did to ensure that we got back Anegada and Wickham Ski from Bates Hill, when everybody said it's impossible, you can't get it back. It done gone. And they got it back. That don't come for something? That don't come for something? That has to come for something, Madam Speaker. Let bread my grandmother give away. That don't come for something? And that was a joke. But she gave it from the bottom of her heart because she cared and loved people. But those people from Anegada to Jocelyn Dyke who had that same history, that has to come for something, Madam Speaker, Mr. Speaker. It has to come for something. And I hope that we have the courage to make sure that it counts for something. And that's all I'll say on that subject, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, page 119, Crown Lands. Mr. Speaker, I got about 4 more left to go after this one, but I'll spend a little time on this one because I think it's important. Crown Lands. And take us to lunch, man. Don't worry, man. We have a nice lunch today. You can choose what you want. Crown Lands, Madam Speaker. Mr. Speaker, you're going to take a little. I assure you I will not say it again. Yeah? Mr. Speaker, and I want to, on the offset, say I agree with my honorable colleague, the Minister for Education. The name needs to change. The name needs to change. And I want to read the definition of Crown Lands for the benefit of the people of the Virgin Islands who are listening and for this house. I'm sure the members have already read it, because I know every member went through this report cover to cover. It says the definition of Crown Lands. It says Crown Land means any rights or interests in the seabed and territorial waters, any rights or interests, exclusive fishing zones or exclusive economic zones, any rights or interests in land or other immovable property within the Virgin Islands that vest in and may be lawfully granted or disposed of by His Majesty in the rights of the Virgin Islands. And Speaker, just like we change a certain date to Virgin Islands Day, and all these other days that we change that represents who our heritage or people and our legacy is, I think this is one of those terminologies that has met its day, that really needs to change, Mr. Speaker. I agree with the member. Virgin Islands land is appropriate to call it. But I also agree that the way it's administered also needs to change. I see page 121, recommendation 36, it goes down to H-I-J, goes down to J. F, it says, the governor shall retain responsibility to execute dispositions. Why the governor need to regain responsibility to deal with any lands of Virgin Islanders? It needs to change, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we need to look at this closely. All these terminologies, where possible, can change, should change, and represent the essence of our people. We talk about how our people are people who believe that the essence of an ownership is engendered in who we are as Virgin Islanders. That's who we are. That's why the people of Nottingham fought for their freedom and the land, the ownership of the land. They don't want them to give it to them. They pay for it. You want to give me nothing? We're going to pay for, we're going to earn our way. We're going to earn our keep. We're resilient, hard-working people. We're going to earn our keep. We're going to pay for our land. And we want to own our land. So what are we still calling it Crown land? It's our land. It's our people's land. And that's why them people who are there saying, let them take the place, don't understand. Can you imagine I take the place? And I minister in these lands? Take the place? Let them take the place? They understand how place come about? So, Mr. Speaker, I support those changes to this particular section, Madam Speaker. But I also have a concern, a grave concern, Madam Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we just passed a piece of legislation in this House. And I'm seriously concerned, Mr. Speaker, on how it's being administered. Madam Speaker, people, if we're not careful, people of this territory are going to lose their lands and they're going to lose their birthright. The way we're administering Crown land right now, it is wrong, Mr. Speaker. It is wrong. You have persons, and this whole issue of Virgin Islands land and how is that administered. You go to Isle of Man, you go to Jersey, you go to the UK, you go to anywhere, lands that are owned by the government, and they decide that they want to use those lands for development. They give persons at preferential rates so that they can facilitate development. So you want to give a guy that you give a small tract of land to run a small business on, at least on that land. And you now charge them 5% on unimproved value. Some of the leases that persons have now have gone quadrupled in some instances. We're pricing people out of the market. How can you have a farmer in North Song paying at the rate of the billionaires across the waters? How that could make sense? That makes sense? Make that make sense. How that could happen? How that could be? How that could be? How that could is, yes. How that could is, thank you, colleague. How that could is? How that could is? And then you're forcing it down the throats of our people, and if they don't want to pay, you want, no, Madam, Mr. Speaker, no. We have to backtrack really quick. I went to Jersey the other day, asked about this same situation about, you've seen a lot of commercial activities going up and lands going up, and I asked, well, what kind of rates they pay on those land? You remember, you were there. Minimal. And that's a crown dependency, right? But you want my people who farming, you got a potato farm down there in Georgia, they're paying nothing. Nothing for the land. But you want my people, because their land up north, some next to a billionaire, must pay an unimproved value because he has a value over there that exceeds, and he has to now pay. How do I find the money? Colleagues, we're making a grave mistake. Bring that thing back to the House. Let's change it. Let's fix it. We need to reverse that. We're taking away opportunities from our people. We're going to push our people outside of the market and then not be able to own anything in this country. That's not the intent. That was never the intent. Then you have two regimes running at the same time. You have one regime for Bicameral. You have one regime for everybody else. That's not one where attention was. Whatever appertained for Bicameral should appertain for those persons too. That has to change, like yesterday. That all people have to have a right to land ownership. They have to have a right, there's a section, I'm going to get to that soon, where it says that it's a suggestion that the first acre of land under miscellaneous owned by budget landlord should be tax-free, and I support that. I support that. Not just willy-nilly when you feel like you have a tax-free regime. Budget landlords have to have some kind of right in the country, belongers and budget landlords. And said, yeah. So that tax-free provision, I support that. And I would even push it to 2 acres. So if you inherit some land from your ancestors, I mean, that I know love and affection, you might not have to pay. But there need to be some kind of incentive for land ownership in this country. Not us driving the cost out of the reach of our people. Minister, you spoke about this before, that has to change. It has to come to the House pronto. Pronto, 2 acres and a mule, eh? So 2 acres sound a little better than 1, right? All right. So we're gonna definitely deal with that. It's 40, you say? But he said 2. You want a mule, but he 2. Human rights for elderly. Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, when I read this one, and I sort of reminisced on this one, my heart hurt, Madam Mr. Speaker. You know why it hurt, Mr. Speaker? I know too much on this subject. And it's recommendation 43. Human rights protection for the elderly. The Commission is recommending that a provision specifically for the elderly should be included in the Constitution within the Fundamental Rights chapter. And they proposed a draft, and the draft is as follows, Mr. Speaker. Protection of the elderly. That's what I like about this commission. They give you, they ain't just telling you to do something, but they're giving you some. I'm sure the last report did, but they also followed suit and is doing that as well. The legislature may enact such laws as it considers fit to promote the well-being and welfare of the elderly and to afford them protection from harm, exploitation, neglect, abuse, maltreatment, and degradation, and to provide them with such facilities that would enhance their welfare. Mr. Speaker, I support this 110%. Mr. Speaker, too many of our seniors are being mistreated, neglected. All you have to do is when you have some time, just go down to the hospital and go from corridor to corridor. You see our seniors who are not ill, many of them, just there in the hospital and been there for months and years. Years. Neglected. Many of them own their own homes. Many of them have property, have money. But they're dropped off and left at the hospital, abandoned. Mr. Speaker is wrong. And there are those who don't have the resources. I heard in this house, and I had to see for myself, that there's an elderly man living by the bus stop that Alvarema just built. All you got to do now, put up some partition and turn it to a home right now. That is sad, Mr. Speaker. It is true. I passed there last evening, and he was there early in the day when we passed almost skeleton. He was there. Passed back there in the evening on the way home. He was still there. In a society like this, Mr. Speaker, where is our compassion? Where is our humanity? Where is our humanity? When I was minister, I fought to get that house built, Minister. We still ain't get built. I had the drawings them, I leave the money. In 8 months, I do the drawings them, I do the lead the money. 2 years now, we still ain't get a thing built. Had a meeting the other day, and tears came to one of my community members from East End, just in tears about the living conditions of people around our communities. It's our mission to go out there, people have something to eat at least. Figure out what the circumstances are, so we could try to get some kind of help to them. A lot of them are elderly people who are falling on their luck, hard time. This provision needs to be implemented. We have to hold the governments, the institutions that are responsible for the elderly accountable to make sure that the vulnerable people within our society are taken care of. Minister, we got to get that house built. We got 2 million people walking around the streets of Long looking East End right now. We have to get it done, Minister. I promise the people I have a guy living on the stick, and he even don't want to talk to me now when I come, I can see cold shoulder with me. I promise you the house and get built. I do the drawing, I give the money. We got to take care of our people, man. It's sad, Mr. Speaker. And this is a provision that I support, that we have to ensure that this provision is implemented. Mr. Speaker, I have a few more, and then I'll wrap up. Mr. Speaker, the rights to fish and farm. And I found that interesting. I saw that, and somebody made representation on this, and I found it very interesting, Mr. Speaker. And you and I share a passion for agrarian society and those persons who are in that space. That's something I've developed from my uncles, and them used to carry me out. And I just have a love for the sea, fishing, and I never do much farming, but I got some stuff planted in my yard now. But thanks to my tenant, he's been doing all the work. I just reap the benefit. And I want to read a comment that the person made, and it's something that we have to consider. The commission didn't agree, but I think it's something that the fact that it came out is something that we need to look at and just ask a question or two in terms of how we could support these individuals, Mr. Speaker. It says, "Dear all, I take this opportunity to reiterate the importance of my contribution at a meeting held in the Virgin Gorda." It's a Virgin Gorda who made this contribution, Minister for Health, in 2022. The input reference is the establishment of the constitutional right for British Virgin Islands citizens to fish and farm by registration only and not by permit or license. The survival of our forebearers and equally our present and future generations is directly impacted by these primary occupations. Hence the need for special constitutional protection of our livelihood and existence. I respectfully submit. So there's a desire. Persons don't want to deal with the burdensome and the cumbersome of a licensing regime, because they feel it takes too long. They feel it's very cumbersome. And I'm hearing the department saying that that's not the case anymore. They're being more proactive. They're going out and assisting the fishermen. But I know there's some things that we need to change, Mr. Speaker. But we need to consider this. In absence of a policy and a plan for the industry, we need something that forces us to do something about the industry. I don't know if this is it, but I think the fact that the conversation has been struck, we need to find some way to force us, a trigger of sorts, to make us act on this very important aspect of our economy, fishing and farming, so that something meaningful could happen for those persons who are applying this craft in and around our territory. So I just want to make that quick point, Mr. Speaker. A couple more things, Mr. Speaker, and then I'll wrap up. Pension fund. I see there's a section here, recommendation 48, about the pension fund. It says that the commission says that the commission therefore recommends that the current optional language in section 100 consolidated fund or pension fund of the Constitution should be redrafted to require transitional legislation following the establishment of the pension fund. A proposed redraft follows. If that's not the case right now, I think we need to look at this carefully. I know we've been in this discussion about having a contributory scheme for pensions in this country, but I think even in absence of that scheme and the works that are being done to get that done, the fund needs to be established. And we need to have it invested just like how we invest in Social Security Fund. So there's a level of certainty, Mr. Speaker, for persons when they retire. Right now, there's a level of uncertainty for civil servants when they retire. And I think this proposal would bring some certainty. To Speaker, miscellaneous, as I mentioned earlier, and I think I got support from one of the members, there's a proposal to, it's 166. The proposal to 166, yes. 546 on page 166, it says, during the public consultation, the issue of introducing a constitutional tax-free guarantee on the first acre of undeveloped land owned by belongers was raised. The underlying reason for the concern is to safeguard belongers from forfeiture of all their property if they cannot afford to pay the annual property tax imposed by government. So, this is something that's being suggested. I think it's something that we need to really look at, and it cites jurisdictions where persons do enjoy this level of exemption. I think it needs to move not just from 1 acre, I think it needs to move to 2 acres, like the member so clearly illustrated, and I support us really looking at how this could be done, whether it's through the Constitution or it has to be done through the amendment of the act that governs taxing property. To speak of my last area that I'm going to touch this afternoon is the rights of people, Mr. Speaker. So we have to find a way to not penalize persons for wanting to represent their country. Now, we had a very heated, and I think the Minister of Education could attest to this, when we were going through the civil servants, that the rules that govern civil servants, and that topic came up. And we wanted to do similarly to that, like what is being done at FSC, at I think it's done at the college. I don't know where else it's being done, where persons have the opportunity, if they so desire, to run for public office, that they don't have to totally abandon, but they have a process where they could go, have a cooling off period, and come back, Mr. Speaker. I think there has to be a standard language, not just for those 2 institutions. I think we need to look at doing it in all statutory institutions. And I think we need to consider doing it within government as well. We have to. We have to look at it. We have to explore it. Because we cannot just continue to deny persons, because there's a deterrent. It's a deterrent. But it's a right. It's a right that those persons are entitled to want to represent their country. But they shouldn't weigh their family and their livelihood to want to give back to their country. Because we know how vindictive we could be in this country. If a person runs and loses, gone the days when the leader of the day would take you back and say, man, come, man, that was a good opportunity, and put them back in a job. No, we have to ensure we protect those persons' right to take a risk to run. And else running for party becomes a game for persons who have means, or persons who probably ain't got them head and take a risk anyway, or who don't have the safeguards that was afforded to me at FSC or afforded to persons who run at the college. you know, and I think that's it's unfair. It's unfair. And we need to give persons the safeguards if they want to do so to run. You know, and I support us exploring this. I support us looking into this. I think it's something that's the right thing to do. At the bare minimum, it needs to be standard across the statutory organizations. The port needs to have a similar statute. And we see the port has been played as a political football. Whenever somebody, for years, the port was that. Yeah, somebody run for office, the running government put them over the port, and when the next government comes in, then fire the port director, and then bring in their own person, and then it cycle continues. You know, people have lives, they have families, they have obligations, but they also want to contribute to their country. And if they feel that's the way they want to contribute, who's me to tell them not to take a chance and contribute? Or to put roadblocks in their way from contributing in that way? If you're doing a good job and you got to support your people, I mean, worry about them kind of thing. And if you don't, and people decide they don't want you there no more, like I said, we are transient in these positions. None of us owns them. They don't belong to us. We're behaving like we own them. We have a right to be here. None of us do. It's a privilege, and a privilege that we all must fight to maintain. Mr. Speaker. But I support us exploring this, Mr. Speaker. And there are a lot more that I could say. Mr. Speaker, the report has 57 recommendations. It has some very good suggestions on the miscellaneous. It has some very good thought-provoking issues that we need to consider. And I think we need to, one last thing before I forget, Mr. Speaker. National Security Council. I think we need to adopt the Cayman's model. The Cayman model is such, and I'll read it real quickly, Mr. Speaker. The Cayman model on National Security Council. And it came to mind because we're here now going through the Crime Summit, which starts, I think, today on to Friday. And I think we need to have a National Security Council that is more inclusive. Inclusive of the House, inclusive of the society. I think right now it is too narrow in terms of the persons that are involved and sit on the council. Let me just read what Cayman Island did in terms of their National Security Council. In section 58 of their constitution, it says that there shall be in the Cayman Islands a National Security Council, which shall consist of A, the governor as chairman, B, the premier, C, two other ministers appointed in writing by the governor, acting in accordance with the advice of the premier. There's some language there I would change, of course. D, the leader of the opposition and his or her designate. E, two persons representative of civil society, appointed in writing by the governor, acting after consultation with the premier and leader of the opposition. F, the deputy governor as ex officio member. G, the attorney general as ex officio member. And H, the commissioner of police as ex officio member. So as you see, they've broadened the scope of the National Security Council. So there's ownership. It's ownership of the whole House. You have the executive, who has 3 members. You have the opposition, who has a member on the committee. But you also have civil society. In order for us to really get a handle of crime in this country, we all have to be on the same page. It has to be a collaborative effort, Mr. Speaker. We're talking about this crime summit this week to start today into Friday. But do we really have full buy-in and collaboration amongst the whole entire society? There's still a sense of lack of trust in sharing information, lack of trust even amongst the force itself. We have some work to do, Mr. Speaker. But I think at least if we put the frameworks in place to facilitate us moving forward so we could continue to build institutions, that has to be the way forward. Mr. Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity to make my contribution. I just went a little over my hour that I had initially said, but I really couldn't just glance through this very important piece of this report. I keep saying that, which it is. This report that is going to be the foundation of the governance structure for this country for decades to come. We have to take our time in committee stage. Let's do it justice. Let us make sure that we are listening to the will of the people, what the people are expecting or asked of us to ensure that's in this report. Let us make sure that when we're finished and we leave here from the committee stage, that we go to the UK unified, in one accord, speaking one language for the betterment of the people of these Virgin Islands. At the end of the day, it doesn't matter how you get to these Virgin Islands, your destination. And at the end of the day, we all have to fight for what's the best interest of these Virgin Islands. Again, I commend Constitutional Review Committee, Ms. Lisa Penn-Letsam and her team. I commend the members of this House who were on previous Constitutional Review Committees. His Lordship, Jerry Ferrara, QC, who did the previous report that got us from the older constitution that we had to a more modern constitution, and the works that we're going to assess in combining both reports to get to a report that I believe will be our last constitution until our people decides their fate moving forward. Mr. Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity, and I thank the people of the Virgin Islands and the people of the 8th District for constantly putting their trust in me, because their trust is not misplaced, because they trust in somebody that believes in their people and understand the privilege that I have to represent their interests locally, regionally, internationally. And I will continue to fight for their interests and their way of life as long as they give me the chance to stand in this honorable House of Assembly. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. This House will take a recess. The lunch recess for until 2:30. Until 2:45. 2:45.
This House now resumes its sitting. I recognize the territorial member, Honorable Ronnie Skelton.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I am the last before the Premier wraps up. Madam Speaker, for over the last few days, we heard quite a bit about the Constitution, the proposed Constitution Review Committee, and their recommendations. But Madam Speaker, being a part of the committee, I too would like to express my sincerest congratulations to much people dying. Congratulations to Lisa Penn, Letsom, and the rest of the commissioners who contributed to this exercise. Madam Speaker, I was there with a lot of most of the meetings until I resigned and decided to again descend into the world of politics. So I have a good understanding of what the people were asking for, and I think the committee did a good job of trying to tell us what people out there were saying and what they would like to see. Some of the things are difficult, some are easy. Madam Speaker, if we just, I don't want to take a look at the report. The report cover clearly shows that when we as a people unite together, we accomplish great things, because in the magnifying glass that you see on the cover, it has a 1949 match. And if you notice, there's a little boy in front of it. No, that's not me. You know, it shows that when people get together, Britain listen. And the green part of it is the recent match we did for the substance, beneficial ownership registrar. So, Madam Speaker, we tried to, the cover of the report tried to show us that we have to struggle to get what we want. And struggling we will. You know, Madam Speaker, before I dive deep into my presentation, I want to tell you a little bit about who I am and like Honorable Fraser and where I came from and where I'm going, I don't know. If you know Ukraine, that's good for you. Madam Speaker, I came from east and west. My grandfather came from Langlook, the plantation, Nottingham plantation. Mary came downtown. He stopped in what we used to call the area of the freight yard. And then he moved down into town. Joseph Skelton. Madam Speaker, when I count the generations, I am a fifth generation of the plantation. I am not as close to being a slave as the honorable member for the third. But my grandmother on my father's side was a Maduro out of Boggs Bay. And I hear my colleague from the aid taking credit for the chair. But don't forget how grandfather is a Maduro. Madam Speaker, my mother on my mother's side, my great-grandfather, I understand, swam from St. John and came to West End and hide up in the rocks. So the slave master don't find him. So on my mother's side, I am from the West. And my mother was a Benjamin from West End. And my mother's mother was a Parrot, a surname that has disappeared from the BBI because they were all females. They get married and they become whatever their husband was. So, Madam Speaker, I can't apologize for any of that. It's important for us to understand the perspective that some of us will take when it comes to BVI. Madam Speaker, I grew up in this country, went to school right behind these chambers. I went to school, the Anakin School. I went to Wotan Primary School, now Altius Catholic Primary School. Doesn't exist anymore right now. I went to secondary school for a short time and then comprehensive BVI High School. I left here, Madam Speaker, in '74 and went to CBI, now UVI. I went to Tuskegee Institute, now Tuskegee University. And I ended up in graduate school doing nuclear engineering. I like it because numbers is simple for me. Macbeth and them don't really do anything for me, but they're important. I think as I get older, I am recognizing how important some of this stuff is. So, Madam Speaker, I went to college by paying my way. Although when I graduated, I had seven, what do you call those things again, what levels? GC. And they wanted to send me to Trinidad for something, and I tell them, so I went to get a loan from the Virgin Islands National Bank with my father's help, my parents' help, and I went to school. But Madam Speaker, while I was in school, I was interviewed for jobs, and I came out of school, out of Tuskegee with something with high honors or something of that nature. And I interviewed for jobs up there, but my hat was always here in my BVI. So after graduation, I didn't finish grad school. I did all the courses necessary, but it was going in nuclear engineering direction, and I wonder, what am I going to do with this back home? So I came back. And since I'm back, I can't say I am disappointed in anything. I think this BBI has been good to me. I grew up in Gotong. I hear everybody talk about Gotong, like Gotong was this place where when you go in, it kill you and you don't come back out. But I come from a great little town. But I came from the poorest part, Madam Speaker. I came from the poorest part of Gotong at that time. And if some of my people, the Smiths, the Evans, Simmons, the Niles, I grew up in right in that little place where we had out toilets. You know, we did all of this stuff. Madam Speaker, but my father and my mother, they were entrepreneurs. My mother came to Rotong to be a nurse from West End. And she didn't stay long because my father took away from that, and we are here. My father, Mr. Ellis Skelton, it was 14 of us, children. A lot of children to feed. And, you know, we grew up when Lorna was having fun, and Julian, we were walking to Fish Bay to look after cows, sheep, pigs, fowl, and crush rocks in the later days. So, Madam Speaker, I am not apologizing for who I am. You know, I look at some of us entertain conversation. What more they want? But you don't know where I came from. You have no idea. Our head we walk to get, but, you know, so don't entertain those kind of discussions, especially if you're an adult. The people of my generation and the generation in the 60s, they work hard. They walk, some of them walk from King Bay to Rotong just to get an education. From Seacoast Bay to Rotong, from East End. So for us to do anything else but to help these people to maintain their dignity, it's wrong. We must help these people to maintain what they have, because they're concerned. We came from a place, Madam Speaker, where nothing existed. All the things you see, you put your eyes on today, that happened during my lifetime. I could go down Main Street and tell you what existed before I was born. The Anglican Church, the Methodist Church, the prison, admin building down at, then you go down at Government House. You know, you see this thing, the graveyard existed too. The Methodist graveyard. So, Madam Speaker, if you find us of my generation pushing back, don't get angry with us. We have reasons why we're doing it. We know we are trying to stop the dam from breaking, but I know that it will break one day. And whether it's for the good or the bad, I don't know. But I know good and bad exist together. Madam Speaker, you know, the Lloyd match to get back Antigada and Wickham scheme. I was a little boy walking behind it, going to Government House. Did I understand what they were matching for? So, Madam Speaker, I didn't. I know for the match we had for the substance, beneficial ownership, I know what I was matching for. I, huh? I know what I was matching for the substance. For the noeloid, I didn't have any idea. But today, our people are benefiting from that match, getting back Annie-Gator and Bicameral. So, Madam Speaker, we as a people, it seemed like to get anything from Britain that makes sense to us, we got a match. Madam Speaker, based on the contributions from some of the great people that helped this country to advance to where it is, build a foundation, and it's written in a glimpse at the past and a look towards the future, published in 1992. McQuillan Todman gave the preface. And in this book, when you read the comments from the contributors from McQuillan Todman to even Penfold, you know, Walters, T.B. Romney, and all of them all the way to the back to the college, Lorna Smith, you know, it is clear. The struggle is the same struggle. The comments from our people are the same comments. It hasn't changed, and I don't think it will. And I always wonder, my good friend that passed away, Honorable Annie Parsons, she was scared but independent. And all my life I thought your parents will groom you so that they could throw you out of the nest so you could be on your own. So that they can see you while they're alive, so if you need help, they can help you to progress. It seems like the only thing they intend to do is to put us to fight each other over some stuff that we know, they know that's dear to us, so they put one group against the other. But none of us going to win if we fight each other. You know who's going to win? The other side. The other side is who's going to win. So, Madam Speaker, we got to be a lot more understanding. It's not your own personal desire in a lot of this stuff. Madam Speaker, in 1998, I asked myself, and Dr. Stephen asked me it several times, Ronnie, you here for a purpose. I still trying to, it can't be descending into the world of politics. It's got to be something else. Because in 98, I had to do a surgery to be here, where they kill you twice, stop your heart, that's dead, right? No longer? And then bring you back. And I am here. Some people didn't make it with the same problems, to remove blood clots from your pulmonary veins. Some people didn't make it, a lot of people. So why did I make it? I'm trying to figure it out. But I'm here. And I am going to try to do the best I can while I'm here. I've been in and out of this house, Madam Speaker, for the last 28 years. Outside was nice, very productive on the outside. Personally, inside, a little more challenging, and we need to advance the country as quickly as possible. Madam Speaker, people look at us and think we are this great country that existed hundreds of years. We're celebrating 75 years since we got back the legislature. 75 years. People down in the Caribbean, they're hundreds of years. Hundreds. And we only have made these big strides, correct me if I'm wrong, from in the 80s, basically. The big strides. You know, we have been making some big strides. And one of the things that propel us so far ahead is education. This is why it is important for any minister of education to understand where we came from and what education means to our people. Even those people are still living. You know, we celebrated the centenarians 2 days ago. And, you know, I know most of them personally. I know them. And 106, 102, 101, 100. And these people were here, and they're looking at us and listening. I know Miss Stout from Ballast Bay. She will question you to death on what's going on, what you guys are doing, what is happening. You know, they're concerned because they know what the struggle was. And we need to continue to advance our country in a better way. So like my colleagues, the two colleagues said, we all came here differently. I came here, which I don't know, on the slave ship of my ancestors. Your ancestors came here on the I don't think it was the Perseverance, because, you know, and the boats, the sailboats, it take you weeks if the wind is not blowing to get from Antigua to Tortola, from Anguilla to Tortola. And most of our legislators, you talk about H.R. Penn and them guys, they used to sail to Antigua for meetings. And it take weeks. You know, so Madam Speaker, we have come a long way, and we have a lot further to go. And I know our people, whenever they hear about self-governance, I don't want to use independence, I try using it for a nice word. I don't want to use the term missionary, because they create both. They get nervous. What happens if you get somebody in their dictatorship, who's a dictator, wants to do what they want, how they want? With the systems not in place, yes, it's possible. But even with systems in place, look at what happened around the globe. You can't not do what you're supposed to do because you're scared of that, and people taking advantage of you. The COI report, the COI Commissioner Inquiry came here and make a public spectacle of all of us. The picture, the antics, the image of clearer complexion sitting up here drilling like an African, what you used to see in them African movies. It looks wrong. But they just take a snapshot in time, and that was it. And all people believe that. What happened is some of it was our fault. They have huge problems where they are. Huge. But because we have no say in some of the matters, this is what happened to us. So, Madam Speaker, this report with 57 recommendations, 100 and 200 oral presentation. We had 73 written, and the committee requested 16 people in different areas to present papers. It all was to get a clear picture of the whole population. What do we want in a constitution? I see people there who just came in on contract 2 or 3 years ago making their recommendation. But were they making recommendations to take my rights away to give it to somebody else? No. They were trying to make recommendations on how you can make the society more digital and more after you get what you want. So there were different people giving different things. And I know when the governor, again, which was wrong, changes in the Constitution should be requested by the people of the country. When you're going to put yourself inside of it and appoint who you want and who you think and them kind of stuff, that's wrong. That's wrong. No governor, no place else have ever done that. The only, when you had a one-man commission, who was Crawford, who did the first Constitution presentation so we can get back the legislature. That was Crawford. You know, so Madam Speaker, and then he proceeded to find 2 people who were very controversial. But I must say on the committee, they were very supportive of what we should have as a people. They were very supportive. Again, he, you know, didn't care about how we feel. And that's the sad part of it. But Madam Speaker, this is going to continue to happen to us as a people if we don't get some level of self-determination. Madam Speaker, I was involved, and again, this is strange. I don't think there are many people like Lorna, myself, and Julian who were involved in 2 major constitutional reviews. There are no more, right? And it's important because when we did the 2007 Constitution and negotiations for it, Madam Speaker, we thought we had made significant changes to our Constitution. And if you read it, you'll realize and read it in comparison to the 1967, with the amendments in 71 and something else, you will see there were major changes. What I am worried about, Madam Speaker, it seemed to me, whatever you write, it all depends on what side of the table you're sitting on. That's how you get your interpretation. You're on this side today, you interpret it one way, you get another side, you interpret it a different way. And I'm not talking about inside this house, because a lot of interpretations are done by lawyers. You know. So, Madam Speaker, so I don't know if there's any way that we can write a constitution that is bulletproof, so to speak. Because we wrote in the Constitution, a simple example, that when the governor is absent, the premier will chair a meeting. And that common national debate exactly what it meant. You know, so I really, you know, don't know. I know when we went in negotiating the 2007 Constitution, a lot of the things were acceptable to them, including the cabinet, member cabinet, the civil service, being controlled by a minister, by the premier, not the minister, being controlled by the premier, with the civil service, as the civil service, what's the civil service, the PSC, being the dominant force. The premier would have been responsible for the administration, but they will have make the recommendation. And there were some conditions. Heads of department, PSCs, and those people were the responsibility of the premier. So they couldn't send just one recommendation. They have to send 2, 3 recommendations, and the premier will pick one. And those were the system that, Madam Speaker, I forget this book down here. Madam Speaker, that thing talk about 95 to just before the election. And I have 3 more of these home. And the last one, this was a concise one of when we went to London on February 26, 28, in London to negotiate the Constitution. You know, so we basically had a plan, a roadmap. We want this, we want to get the governor to sit in his office, the premier before cabinet, days before cabinet, just like how you do the, what do you call it, the cabinet steering group. You would go and give the premier, the governor, the papers, you explain all the things, and he doesn't have any objection. It's not, nothing is like not in the interest of Britain, the UK. He will give you the clearance. So you come to cabinet, and this is what you want, and the cabinet secretary would have been the person who managed the cabinet. And all of that was basically ready to go. So you can't go to negotiate a constitution without, and if one failed, you had plan B, plan A, plan B, plan C. What the next step? And if they disagree with something, you gave them a different plan. So it was always important for us to be ahead of them, because that's what they're doing. That's exactly what they're doing. We met the lady, Baroness Hodge, yesterday. What do you think those people are going to do? You know, we go in with a hand swinging and they're writing everything we say. So, Madam Speaker, while the Constitution that we are looking for is some of the same things, but more refined. You know, I think it can be done, and this Constitution 2007 was supposed to be the last one before we move out. That was what the Constitution was. But here we are, back to square one. Not quite. We dig a deep hole on the road, and we just climbing out of it now. I think we're back on the tarmac. We need to move forward. You're not going to get any objection from me on total internal self-government. I know we have done a lot of work since we're here for this house, where we went through a lot of documents, a lot of committees, a lot of procedures, in order to put our systems in place. Some of the systems that we have put in place are not good for us, can't help us to advance as fast as we would like to. But again, you know, the need to, when you get what you want, you need to come back to a house, whichever house it is, and advance the cause of the country. Put systems in place that when elected members do things that are not in the interest, that it's not a long drawn-out process. If I come to the, if I am here and I am doing something wrong, don't be scared because I am one of your colleagues. It's a lot more than an individual. It's the protection of this chamber. Madam Speaker, until we get the respect for this chamber that our people fought for, you read the stuff. Read H.R. Penn stuff, read those other guys' stuff, you understand what they did to get it back. And we playing Dolly House with it. That's a good one? No, we got to, and I hope, Madam Speaker, you know, I am for the independence of the House from the executive. You know, I am for the independence of it. Because I don't understand why the Heisel are making body in the land. We have to wait till a civil servant tell us we can get an employee to do something that is extremely important. I find those things are backward and wrong. And they need to stop it, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I got some questions to answer for Lorna. She gone. So, Madam Speaker, the constitution of what we're trying to do, constitutional review, is basically giving us what the people out there are saying. Don't think it's the Constitution Committee, because that's not what I know. And I've been there. But based on what the people are saying, this is the recommendation. And if you take for something like that, the two on the end here, where is? Oh, the two gone. At-large system. I was with Mr. Stout, about General Paddy, with Mr. Stout when they introduced in 95 the at-large system. It was to do harm, but we should use it for good. Madam Speaker, when I came back as electrical engineer with my chartered certified, I worked for electricity. My only interest was to make sure that the people from Antigua to Jocelyn had power, and the kids at night don't go to sleep without being able to have a light to do their homework. So I never have had a district kind of mentality. If Maryland is up in the east, he doesn't have any power, let me find out why Maryland, 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning. I remember going to Virgin Gorda, a rough night. I didn't reach. The boat went underwater and come back out. And this is one something in the morning. Everybody's sleeping because the lights went out. So I have a national outlook for my country. When I got elected, they made me the Minister for Health. I wasn't talking about the hospital down in Wotown. It's a comprehensive healthcare system I was trying to build. Clinics in East End, polyclinics in East End, polyclinic in West End, the hospital, helipads, Jocelyn Dykes, the one in Wotown that you guys gave to somebody, talking about ASI, and making sure we develop Antigua clinic, and we were even trying to get retired doctors to go to Alligator to while on vacation, but they have the experience that they can take care of anything that go wrong and send out people to the major hospital. And we're using the airport in Alligator as the major evac. Not something we're going to build a helipad with the help of your rich people over there. No, all of these things were in the process, you know. So it wasn't about the health of any district. It was the health of the whole country. And that's my mindset. I believe that there's a major role for large candidates to play, and we need to make it work. You know, the Constitution, the present Constitution, Madam Speaker, in talking about the sixth minister, which term has come and gone. They need a seventh. The time has come and gone based on what I am seeing, that all of these things that we pass here that needs to be implemented. Time for sixth minister has already come and gone. I think it's section 63 of the Constitution. Give the formula of how you can expand the House. And it was simple, and it was negotiated, and my colleague from the know it, and Lorna was there. For every 5 members of the House, you could have 2 ministers. A simple formula. You want another minister, you got to go to 15. You got to go to 15. If you need another minister, another 2 ministers, you got to go to 20. Because there ain't no 2.5 member. So all of that was worked out. These things were worked out already just for us to do what need. It's a ratio, 2 to 5. And it's all based on the Westminster system that sometimes we use and sometimes we say they're no good. But let's choose the best. If the presidential system is good, and there are good things there that we can use, and the Westminster system has some good things that we can use, let's see if we can build a different system. But I don't know why we think that a large, when they tried to get back the House in 1950, the legislature in 1950, they were all alleged. Because I guess the time wasn't necessary, it wasn't enough time for them to do any boundary commission and stuff. So they went to the 4 large system. The next election, they were able to split it up a bit, and they went to 4. You know, so basically, what I am saying, there's a role for all of us to play. As far as from all my years being in here, my colleague here is in the 8th. If he could get all the money and all equipment in the 8th, he would go with it. Am I wrong? You know, and we used to have jokes long ago. My good friend Robert, a blessed memory now, well, not blessed yet. He used to say the 7th, the government buy a bulldozer in the 7th. Man for the 7th, the minister for communication would take it Eastern Law and never came back to. You know, so. So it's important that we understand there is a role for the large members to play. I don't want to be dabbling in cutting bush and cleaning gut, and because that's the extent of us now there, especially the district. My colleague from the force, you know. I asked him a day, it was raining, he came. I asked him what he would do. He said he was out there cleaning a culvert. Why the culvert must be clean, don't get me wrong. The culvert must be clean. But you tell me we have gone so far as to dismantle a system, the public works system that's supposed to do these things, just by, we need this culvert, we need this done. And I noticed you clean a little drain there, but you leave the shovel outside. You notice it. Yeah, so, but the point I'm making, Madam Speaker, is that it needs somebody to look at it, look at the system, look at the whole country as a whole. The country is important, because if you think, if your eye hurt you, you could do anything else but to go home in your bed. All of the rest of the body is good enough. So you've got to look at it holistic. Yes, even in the Madam Speaker, in this book, they talk about, they don't call them district, they call them village councils, which is the same as district councils. They talk about it. But they talk about it in the context of the governor and his civil servants being in charge. But that's not what we want, you know. So, Madam Speaker, there's a role for us and whoever coming after to play in the development of this country, and it's serious. It's a serious role that needs to be played. You know, if you ask me, I send my workman to cut the bush up by my road. That's what I think. I used to do it when I was much younger. The roadside. I won't depend on the government to come to cut the bush. There's a bush that the government needs to cut. But around my yard and outside my gate, I don't think the government needs to. You know, so Madam Speaker, there is another thing, Madam Speaker, that our people tend to, it all has to do with what you heard out there on the road, in the commission meetings. We still believe that the names don't mean anything. Her Majesty, His Majesty's customs. You call it that, they believe it belongs to the king. Or crown land, let's say, it belongs to the king. You know, you shouldn't have any right to it. But it is true that it was taken from people for not paying taxes. And the king used to collect taxes. Okay. So some of those nomenclatures need to be changed. You know, I remember when I was the Minister for Finance. Madam Speaker, if you notice, you don't have Her Majesty Post Office anymore, right? You notice? You guys didn't notice? The name be very post, right? Okay. I was heading for customs, but I got fired. But we got to get rid of some of these colonial stuff away, and then we're going to feel more lighter and able to move forward. We could keep Her Majesty, His Majesty's prison. Because I think they give us the money to build it. Yeah. So, Madam Speaker, and if you go back, Madam Speaker, in 1950, and all Mr. Penn, Fonseca, Bruce, and De Castro had was, no, Faulkner was in there. Huh? No, the four who got elected before.
Okay.
All they didn't have any power, you know. All they had was a simple thing, and I think one time Mr. Penn went to Antigua to a meeting. That in his book, he says he got a lawyer to do up a motion for him to approve something. I don't remember. And it was approved by the parliament up there. And when he come back here, the commissioner was extremely angry with him because he didn't show it to him before. But Mr. Penn was able to get tourism like Little Dix and them to come into our country. Canilby was down in St. John. They were able to come into our country and build Little Dix Bay Hotel. Those times, so we didn't have anything. Today, we have some people with some money, some locals, who can do some stuff for us. But we're making it more and more difficult for even locals to do business in their own country. Madam Speaker, if you take Kwong lands, and I'm going to use an example that I know, and I spoke to the ministers about it, sir. And you take Kwong land, you give somebody a seabed lease to reclaim 2 acres of land, and they go and they reclaim it, pick it up. Reclaimed land is very expensive. So that land gonna worth, let's say if it's 2 acres, say, what about $1.5 million? Or two, depending on where it is. Go Naniki is a lot more than that. And you want the local person who probably just spend all the money they had because they want to do something, to pay 5% for easy mathematics of $2 million. What is that, Alana? You know? That's $100,000 every year you have to, that person has to find to give to the government. From. So what I'm saying, it's all well and good for the COI to come to our country and put on all of these stipulations and then walk away just to kill your own people. No, it has to stop in here is where the laws are made. All of the land, if you go from West End all the way up, people are in trouble. And if you apply that to Naniki, the same condition, Naniki fold up shop and go away. Guys, don't make no sense. You're not encouraging industry anymore. You're trying to tax people out of existence. And even some of the, Madam Speaker, I got up in this house on many occasions, talk about passing on inheritance to the next generation. You gonna pass them on or no? But they're not gonna be able to keep them. Nobody ain't listening to me. There's a voice crying in the wilderness. No, the premier got up here many mornings ago and said he was elected for a time like this. Am I quoting you incorrectly? No. Okay. So it's your time. It's your time to correct some of this stuff. So, Madam Speaker, it's important for us to do the things that can help us to advance our country. Every time, 1950, our country moved. We had Little Dix. 1967, our country shoot off again, high school, comprehensive high school. We had all sorts of stuff, roads from East End to West End. The Queen came here in 1966. I was a little boy that was waving my flag. What I was waving the flag, I didn't know. I understand now. And if it came back there, I waving the flag. I might stand on the side of the road to watch, you know. But it's important for us to understand that every time we were given more authority, more responsibility, our country advanced. And those of us who call ourselves parliamentarians or legislators, some need to understand that that's a formula that we should never mess with if you want to help people. You know, it's a formula. We were able to with your grandfather helped get out of granting aid. It is true we went through some hard times, you know, but we got out. And now in, I don't know what year, it was 1924 or something. Not my 40 something when they chased the governor off his commissioner man, and he went to St. Thomas and get help to come back. You know, we don't want to go back to those days. We would like to do a peaceful something. My grandfather was involved in that. You know, put in jail in Antigua for a little while. But we need to understand that we do better when we use the country resources, we get authority for the good of this country. We do better. And we don't need a lot of things. Yes, we're going to make mistakes. Yes, you're going to have rogue people in between you doing some wrong things. But that should not overshadow all good that you're doing. And that's what the COI point out. Madam Speaker, the report called for us to embed in the Constitution, and my colleague just spoke about it, the protection of our elders. Madam Speaker, it's important for us, and I noticed even in the U.S. Virgin Islands, they're just doing it. It's important for us to protect the elders in this society. There are too many elders that are not being treated properly. It is true that during my time as a Minister for Health, that we tried to build schooners, which again wasn't an old people home, it was a campus where you had assisted living, you had people who can fend for themselves, and you had those people who needed care. I think it was a 60 or 70 room facility. It had a little cafeteria, it had a little hairdressing and things so that people could feel good about themselves. And there was a place where you could have gone and spend, you could have taken your senior and pick them up on your way back. All of these things a society like this needs to do for our people. Madam Speaker, we have to embed something in the Constitution that speaks to this. It can't continue this way because we're gonna come up people that don't care for anything. And we need to correct it, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, one of the things that tells me in self-determination, part of the equation, that look at the hurricanes of 2017. Yes, we have the organization Unite BVI that is channeling monies and giving us schools, education, facilities and the sporting facilities and so forth and so on. But it just goes to show you that we have come back from those devastating hurricanes with no real meaningful help from Britain. They wanted us to take a loan. Yes, if they back it, we'll get preferential treatment, but we have to pay back every cent. But this is the same Britain that will go to some other country and give them $500 million. Go all over the world just shelling out money. So it means that we don't mean much to them. And we need to, do what we need to do to advance our country and our cause. So, Madam Speaker, self-determination is an inherent thing in your DNA. It's in your DNA that you will want to determine your future. Madam Speaker, if we touch a little bit on the governor's special responsibilities, again, it's something that this book speaks to. The governor's special responsibilities, again, was supposed to be almost the premier and minister's responsibilities, except again, they won't allow you to hold a police force because they have experience. If you hold a police force, you can use it against them. So they're not going to allow you to the police force, But all the other things, they give you entrustment letters, and when they realize that they want, it all depends on the governor, at the point in time. The governor wants to be somebody, you got problems. The governor wants to be like you're on vacation, and just make sure that nothing is being done in the UK's worst interest. You're home free. But the last three governors says that they want to build a career, so you got problems. So Madam Speaker, if you I think it's section 60 of the of present Constitution that speaks to the governor's special responsibilities. And it lists a whole number of them, including the civil service. And then they give you exemptions that the government can do without, you just inform him that you're going CARICOM and the OECS and St. Thomas and them kind of place. So, but more of those responsibilities was supposed to be handed to the sitting government so that they can do what needs to be done for BVI. So I think, Madam Speaker, based on how I understand this is being interpreted now, it needs tightening. And I hope that the government has some wording to tighten up some of this stuff to make it abundantly clear that these things must happen. Madam Speaker, I know the Premier continued to the UN Charter on self-determination. Madam Speaker, is the UN really effective? I ain't Trump. Premier, the UN Charter and self-determination, is the UN really effective? Anybody listens to them anymore? The UK does? because we continue to reference them, and I don't think it has any effect on the British. Because if this exists for all these years and they're still treating us like this, you know, it says. So I don't know. I think you need a new approach. That's my observation. So Madam Speaker, we have come a long way in a short space of time. Education, infrastructure, and we seem like we're going backward on infrastructure. You know, Madam Speaker, if I can say one thing here, if we allow infrastructure to go into disarray, don't think it's going to be an overnight fix. By now we have learned that. If you allow electricity to go into chaos, you'll be like St. Thomas right now. The lights go out. And electricity is supposed to be the lifeblood of any economy. Madam Speaker, so our roads, our infrastructure needs to be properly looked at. Madam Speaker, what happened? We run out of time? Now we good? Madam Speaker, you know, I continue to say in this House, and we attended a meeting yesterday that says that my wardens are true. You know, the British seem that they're willing to burn down Sherwood Forest to catch Robin Hood. You know, Robin Hood was a thing, you thief from the rich and give to the poor. But it look like these people think, because if you noticed yesterday, I asked a simple question. How is it that you don't know who own property in London? And then BBI, we can tell you easily. But when the, I think it was Martin Kenny who was given some detail, I get to realize why they want us to fix their problem. Because if they ever tampered with their trust thing in England, they're going so deep into people's business that they don't want on the street. So they're making it look like we are the problem, but we are not the problem when it comes to that specific something. Because if I come in to buy a property from some realtor and you have a law that you must tell me who are the beneficial owners, why do you need to come to TORTOLA to look for stuff like this? So I don't know if you're going to make any progress, because to me it's a simple fix and they're not willing to fix it. Madam Speaker, the 57 recommendations that the committee made, some of it is, yes, we need to do this, some of it we don't need to do this, and some of it is based on what was requested. Term limits. There's no doubt that term limits has its advantages and disadvantages. And I think it was, remember for the first, who say you don't last long, you could get voted out by the people or something like that. Yeah. But term limits has its advantages. If you take some of those people like in there for a long, long time, say down in other Caribbean islands, you think it's in the country's interest now? You got to, yes, people voted you in, but is that the right equation for our little countries? But I don't agree with 2 terms. I don't agree. I agree with things like 3 terms, and I am one of those guys who believe that we should go to a 5-year term. I'm one of those. I don't know who has, I think 4 years all over the world. It seemed to be, mathematically, it seemed that it doesn't work in the best interest of the country. But this is why if you go to 5 years, then you need to at least give something back and say, let's have a recall system. But who triggers it? Who triggers the recall? The people? And what if the people get about 1,000 signatures? How does it? How will it work? Especially with the district at large, you got 1,000. I think you should leave. You just got to make sure you have a system that that you can verify, and it is not subject to AI interpretation. So it needs a combination of these things, Madam Speaker. It needs a combination of the 5-year term and the recall system, and I think they will buy it. They will buy it. Because if you put a proper recall system inside the thing, it works. The other thing, Madam Speaker, is junior ministers. Again, it's because of the formula in the present constitution, which the people feel like if there is a formula for a 6th minister, then there's no need for junior ministers. Create them as ministers so they could have top over there. Then you appoint everybody junior minister just to increase their pay, or you do it to give them real things to do so that they can help our country to advance. So those are the things you have to consider, because it happens. It happens where the people get fed up of all of us and put everybody over there, and then you have to pick one from over there to come over here. So the junior minister was done in 2015 because Dr. Smith was overloaded, and he asked for, and he got 2. And they're so particular that it only applies to him. So we are arguing the point it should be applied to any minister. But their argument was, probably still is the premiers who pass out the portfolios to the ministers. So he basically can keep, if he wants junior ministers to have things, to keep them and give them to the junior minister. That was why it was done that way. Madam Speaker, but again, if you want to adopt the Westminster model, then you have to abide by it, because what the Westminster is based on is that you must have backbenchers to question the government. That's all it was. You hear the member for the Todd says that They have 600 and, how much, 30? 30 elected officials, but they don't have seats for 630 people. So at any time, only those that are necessary to be there will be there. And they have a lot of them, a lot of backbenchers, to question the government. And you could hear the backbenchers do revolt. And when backbenchers revolt, governments come down. It happened here in 86, I think, 86. Madam Speaker, I too think there is a room, there is a space for upper house. But it needs some thinking, it needs us to plan for it. We need to plan for it. We even got a place for a lower house. To get another house, it's kind of difficult. I can see some logistic problem, not that it's not necessary. And yes, some could be elected and some could be nominated. Because the real power will be in this house and not that house. So there is a place for it. And we should plan for it. We first need to plan for the independence of this house. Get that done. And then we could plan for the next. Madam Speaker, there's some stuff here that in the Constitution that is being recommended in the review that is being that has already been done in this house. I think we passed laws for some of these stuff like freedom of information, didn't we? We did some. We have something, no? Okay. And do we have it still around? Do we have it still around? Yeah, because, Madam Speaker, again, we talk, some of the stuff here I cover easily. I'll just check in to make sure that I think they make a recommendation that if in the event we have something that happened to us back in 2022, that it will never happen again, where you're going to have a long drawn-out process to correct the situation. And all of that is necessary. So those recommendations coming from the Constitution Review Committee are important. Now, there is, like, they were attacking the commission, and being a member, I have to defend, I can defend them. Like, this recommendation number 11, for the premier to be elected at large. That was, they tried to put it in words, but I don't think they got it right. Because I resigned after. But to run for politics is sent into the wall. But every place we went, that was they were asking for that. How it works, I can't tell you, Madam Speaker, I know. But I know the people in my asking. We need to, and the gallery adjustment there, we need to vote for the premier. How do you do it? And it wasn't about you, Natalia. It wasn't about, it's the position. It wasn't about individuals at all. And I think it's not going to go away. Because even in some of these reports, and even in our constitutional thing, it came up. And even in this thing, you could read between the lines, they're asking that they would need to to vote for the chief minister of the whole country. It's there, it's written, and it's continued to bubble up. So how do you do it? Madam Speaker, I don't know if it was serious, but we used to have, during my time on the other side, we used to have what we refer to as a legislative schedule, where you publish it, you can add to it. But there's these are the stuff that we're going to accomplish in terms of passing laws and approximately when you're going to do it. They're calling for that also. That's the only way to make this house look like something, mean something. People can, if they say, okay, in December, this is coming up, this is a subject that I am interested in, let me talk to my representative. Let me discuss it. So some of these stuff, some of these things are real questions that were asked out there. Some people were passionate. And they increase they increase in the number of members in the House. I don't know why over the last, 6 years now, why no one took it up and do what needed to be done. It was an easy exercise. You make one at large and make one district. So you're going to push boundaries east or west, one at large, one district. Now they want to elect the Attorney General, but the Attorney General, Madam Speaker, is a creature of the executive, not the executive, the civil service. It's not like an Attorney General in the U.S. How do you need to, if you get a sixth minister, you could create a minister of national security, of justice, and then all of those things go under that minister. So again, but we must admit that Madam Speaker, we must admit that it's kind of difficult to solve three masters. It's kind of difficult. So the advisor to the cabinet, advisor to this house, and advisor to governor. Huh? No, that's how it was. And it's in between these things here. They advise the government, which is the executive, the House, the Speaker, and all of us, and then the governor. The governor doesn't have to take our advice. Madam Speaker, it's a good thing to talk about, Regulation of election campaign finances. I see it in the United States where I had all the great, Madam Speaker, they're disturbing me now. Talk a little. I'm not against you talking. I'm not against you talking. I just, a little. Madam Speaker, the regulation of election campaign finances. It sounds good on paper. It can work if the government intends to finance. I don't know who you'll finance, candidates or parties. So you're forcing everybody to have a party, and that can't be right. you must have some independent candidates. So how do you go about it? It is true that the elections, based on my experience, elections are very expensive and very costly, you know. So I really don't know how we will get that to work in the BVI context. Madam Speaker, there were also some discussions about statutory board. There is a principle that I think we have missed, and it seemed like the governments of the past didn't realize what they were doing. And the governor has clawed back a lot of authority from the government. There was a statutory boards. They were created for the very purpose of making the functions of that statutory board easier and quick to respond to anything. We have passed rules and regulations to claw some of that stuff back and put it in cabinet with the governor in charge. You've gone back, what? Every daily paid worker in this country was the responsibility of the Minister of Finance. They were supposed to be daily paid, and their lifespan was 5-10 years. We took everything, and give them to the DG. That's what we did. So we basically have caused our own set of problems. So statutory boards for the governor and the to be responsible for them, that's a backward step. And they know it, but that's a way to claw back the authority that was taken away from them. Madam Speaker, I believe that the time has come for the Speaker of this House to be elected by a simple majority, but to be removed, they need 2/3 of members. You could have him. One time you could have, when I say you, I mean the government, could have it and you could remove the Speaker because you have the votes. But the Speaker should be able to work without fear of anything. And I think the time has come, if we want to be mature and independent, those are some of the things that we must do. You could elect a Speaker by a simple majority, but to remove a Speaker, you need 2/3. And it's necessary to do, Madam Speaker. Huh? Madam Speaker, it is true in the world today, Madam Speaker, that all public officers, whether they're in government central or statutory boards, they should not, and they must not use their position of authority to enrich themselves. It's something that you shouldn't do. You know, if you want to enrich yourself, go find something, but don't use your position to do it. And it is becoming more and more troubling because you're asking people that sit on boards and stuff like that, who are willing to give their time, whatever little time to build our country, to declare all their stuff. While I understand the rationale, but it should be laws that if you're found doing things that are wrong, that the consequence is instead of asking me to declare stuff, you know. I think you should do the reverse. Let them be aware that if these things are violated, the consequences are these. It might be simpler when you get people to solve easier. But, you know, so we need to we need to, I don't want to say we need to think. I don't want to say we need to give people the impression that they could do what they want once you appoint them to these positions of power. But you should make them be aware that if these things happen, these are the consequences. People will solve, but not that you gotta apply. If I go there, so now I'm in the private sector, I apply for what? If you ask me for my CV, I'll send it to you. That's it. Me applying for no job for $200 a month. I must tell you all my business. It's stupidness. It is a height of stupidness, and they know it. That's not parliamentary. Is that? Madam Speaker, if I'm saying something wrong, please correct me. Yes. If I hear no correction from you, I will continue. Madam Speaker, I thought some of this stuff, like trial by judge, only criminal trial by jury to get rid of it. So, but you know, I was in this house some years, and I thought we had moved the magistracy. We have moved the magistracy into the Eastern Supreme Court. I didn't know they're still attached to them. But all of that is wrong. What are we waiting on? That could be done through the budgeting process with discussion. I think we had long discussions with Justice Janice. Long discussion, it was something that was ready to go. But it's wrong because they basically sit out there on their own. That system has gone away. It needs to be under the judiciary. But judge by no jury, I know. You got the pros and the cons. Madam Speaker, I think I cover Ancestral Virgin Islander. You know, I am one of them, and excuse me, I give no apologies for being one. I can't. Yeah, that's it. I give no. You know, one of the things I'll say here, some of my good friends, and we never had a conversation or had a confusion over it. They're from the other Caribbean islands. You know, Lennox Lewis, who came here from a little. That's what my good buddies. Edward Williams went to play basketball in St. Kitts one year, and he follow us, TORTOLA, not me alone. And he's here ever since, and my good friend. Do whatever I can to help him to advance in this country. You know, so, but I can't be from coming off the plantation long low. That's, at time it was not a good thing to say because people look at you, oh, you're a long man. But no, it's pride not to say so. Have you heard? It's a lot of pride when you get to understand what it means. You know. Madam Speaker, I don't know how we're going to get the Bill of Rights to marry. I thought I went to sleep, but it's still around. I don't know. You know, if you want to be liberal, I think be liberal. If you're a carrying, born again Christian, I guess you may have some difficulties with it. You know. But Madam Speaker, there was a time in the political world that we were able to use government facilities for political things. No, we can't anymore, right? They never use a schoolyard to throw a little party? So, again, there is some stuff for small society like us that is creeping in. It's not going to do us any good. Because you tell me under my human rights I can associate and do what I want, and then you tell me what I can't use some of this stuff. You tell me I can do it in any public space. You know, so it's something that needs to. And Madam Speaker, recommendation number 43 on human rights, protection for the elderly. We need to do something. You know, and it ain't just that happening. People carry their loved one, they love them so much, they will die for them. They want to jump in the grave when they're going down and carry them to the hospital and leave them down there till they pass away. Is that the society that what we want to encourage anymore? I think it's time for us to start. I know we like to districtalize everything. We put, you know, we need to find the best place and put a senior citizen home and build it like you're proud. Build it like you're proud of your seniors. Right, Julia? Build it like you're proud of us. You know, and let us stop this foolishness we're doing. There are too many of us now that are not being treated properly. So we need something in the Constitution to protect elderlies from the abuse of children. Now, it is true that the elderly's challenge might have dementia, and their children or their kids also have some level of mental defect. The government needs to step in and try to help solve the problem. Madam Speaker, we don't have this is a right statement, the right to fish and farm. In this very house, I think a member would have thought, make me get a license to go fish. Right? And I argue against it. I said, oh, this can't be right. In my own land, I can't fish, but the argument for it is they can't give us anything as any right to do things like fishing and farming because they got to give it to everybody. That's what the argument was. So there were people who were going and fishing and because they know the benefit of fish and they're picking the wilks from around the rocks, the wrinkles, they call them, the wrinkles, and they were just destroying the thing. So that thing came into effect where you need a license, and if the police catch you fish any place, you're in trouble. But it's like in the U.S. Virgin Islands. If you serve in the U.S. military, they give you a taxi medallion. If I am one of them generation, I'll soon be a little bit, you know. One of them generation who came off the plantation. Why can't why do I need a farming license? Isn't that a privilege to give to? Yeah, I got some stuff on me here. I give him a widow. Madam Speaker, so there was a, Madam Speaker, they put in, we have recommendation 47, which deals with cabinet and cabinet reform. Now, this will be about 10 years. The last time I was in cabinet, it was 2019. Yeah, 2019. So there about 6 or 7 years I haven't been to cabinet. But you hear this out there and you get it from the people who did present the stuff in writing, that there's a need for cabinet and cabinet reform. But by then I think I had left. And if this is so, that means something is wrong. Because what are they talking about? I know the scribes try to put it in words. There was a request that to seek a political office, you need to be 18 years. I think we need to go to 35, if you ask me. But nobody is asking me, so I wouldn't give say. Madam Speaker, reducing that can be an option. It should not be an option. It is true you could put an argument. There's an argument. I can go to the military at 18 to kill people, defend my country. Why can't I run? So there is, like I said, there's arguments on both sides, and you must choose the one that you. Now, if somebody like that go out into the military at 18 and do what needs to be done, then that's okay. But it's not for everybody. It can't be for everybody. Madam Speaker, they call for a fixed date. People want to know when is the election. And this is not something that just happened. This being asked for in the 2007 Constitution. That I know. A fixed date for election. Now, I think they're recommending here that, okay, don't give a fixed date, but give 90 days notice. But that's what happens now. Give 90 days notice before the election. You dissolve council, but again, this is the presidential system. This is not the Westminster system. So I don't know how it will work. I spoke about a 5-year election cycle, but I think it needs to go again. Madam Speaker, it needs to go with some recall system, and I think people will buy it. Because 5 years is what you need. So, Madam Speaker, I will stop there and say, Madam Speaker, I notice everybody looking at their clock. It's almost 12. Huh? For the election, yeah, I spoke a little bit about it. Yeah, I spoke a little bit about it. Madam Speaker, so here we are, 18 years after the last one, and they say it should be every 10 years you need to look at your constitution. 18 years have passed. And there are reasons for the 18 years, because hurricanes, flood, pandemic. So you needed to, a COI, I missed the biggest one, COI. So that can add up for the 18 years. But Madam Speaker, our constitution is a living, breathing kind of document, and it needs to be constantly looked at. And I wonder if we shouldn't have somebody looking at the Constitution and on a daily, weekly, monthly basis. And when they hear stuff, the Premier, who is responsible for determining when he needs a constitutional review, all of these things could be on a piece of paper. That these are the things that the people are questioning, and whether or not it's time to look again. And Madam Speaker, so we need to pay attention to some of this stuff. There's these concerns that people have for our Constitution, and I think it's important, and I will end by saying that I am for total internal self-government, and I will put a time on it after that, 4 years or 5 years that you go independent. So you walk towards, and so you can go there and beg some people for some gifts. They'll give them to you if you plan it. Yeah. So basically, Madam Speaker, it's not a jump into pool kind of stuff, because the water might have too much chlorine. But we need to plan our next step after this. I think we will not have a lot of difficulties in getting some of the stuff that is in here. It all depends on how you present it. So, Madam Speaker, with those few words, I thank you.
Honorable members, at this time, we'll take the recess until Friday at 1 p.m. House is in recess until Friday.